Devine has been decertified. We had a marathon stream this weekend. You are watching Brian Tully and John Fanning in a futile effort attempt to get Karen Reed to come to her door. We're going to watch that together over the next hour. But before any of that, go, hello. All right. Let's roll the intro. My name is Grant Smith-Ellis.
Hold on. Wait a second. That's it. That's it? Yeah, that's the melody to Funky Town.
You're a total towel. That's it. That's the melody to Funky Town. Oh, look at that. How nifty am I? I'm up on the screen, and the video's still playing. We don't actually need this video to play right now because we got to talk about other things. One, nothing really happens in the beginning of the video, but we have to watch it, as frustrating as this is. See, we call Bucky Dent a certain name in Massachusetts. Brian Tully has now taken on that middle name. But before we get into any of that, I have to cue that up at probably 1:15 if we're going to be able to get ready to watch the Kelsey hearing at 2 p.m. to see if Kelsey's going to get released from jail. I'm thinking she is, because if you read the SJC's decision, it's really just about compliance with the scram monitoring. I think Judge McCarthy Newman is just going to say, just do the scram and release her. But we'll see how it all plays out. Robert Devine has been decertified from being a law enforcement officer in Massachusetts. This decision came down on the 18th of October, but it was just released now. We don't have time per se to go through it, but it has to do with the Sandra Birchmore case. The Devine went through a hearing. The hearing officer found that Devine should be decertified. Devine tried to appeal it administratively to the post commission. It did not work. The post commission found that he used that Devine used a Marty Riggs account. Marty Riggs to communicate with Sandra Birchmore, that it was on the day that Devine became a lawyer. The evidence presented showed he contacted Sandra Birchmore, and then there was a fair hearing, no due process. He was allowed to make arguments. Everything that was found by the hearing officer, there was evidence there was clear and convincing evidence that Devine has a pattern of unprofessional. That's a typo. It's not a pattern with M. It's a pattern of unprofessional police conduct that may escalate, and that he has repeated sustained internal affairs complaints for the same or different offenses. So this has to do with potentially the abuse of Sandra Birchmore and other girls. It's horrifying. I understand and appreciate that a lot of people think it is horrifying. Hello, Petty LaBelle. Hello, Duke Box. It is so good to see both of you. We are about to watch Brian Tully be a Brian Tully. We call him Bucky effing Dent up here. I think we got to start calling him Brian effing Tully. Now, what he's going to be doing is serving a search warrant affidavit on Karen Reed's cell phone, switching from the Devine matter back to the Karen Reed cell phone search. Now, you might be saying, Towel, you did not go find a case where this kind of happened. Yes, I did. Yes, I did. I didn't think there were any. I'm not a lawyer. I'm a towel. This is not legal advice. I didn't even think there were any cases on point where, like, an officer, like, either is telling a suspect that they're coming to search their phone, or is, like, trying to effectuate service of a warrant, like a seizure warrant, not a search warrant, a seizure warrant for a device. Then, in between, when the suspect knows that the officer is trying to get the phone, or suspects it, and when the officer gets the phone, like a short amount of time, the device is reset to factory settings. Now, where did I find this from? I found it from the 9th District Appellate Court of Wayne County, Ohio. The case is State v. Flack. It was the only case I could find. Now, I didn't do a lot of research, but it was the only case I could find that was even somewhat close to this. But there wasn't a seizure warrant in this case. But you're going to see that it doesn't really matter that whether there was a seizure warrant or not at the end. My point is, this is the only case I could find that was even somewhat close to what happened to Karen. And with Karen. And I don't even know if the argument is the same, because I think Karen has a better argument for two reasons. One, there was an extensive temporal delay. Now, the case in Massachusetts is Diaz. The delay in Diaz was 123 days between when the phone was seized and when it was searched. The difference, though, and you would call this, if we're differentiating Diaz from Karen's case, Karen's phones in January of 2024 were seized by Brian Tully pursuant to a warrant issued by Judge Krupp. The warrant was obtained via information from Natalie the German and Lindsay, because of Karen Reed's communications with Aidan Kearney. Okay. So they go get the warrant, but it's just a seizure warrant. It's not a search warrant. Then they seize Karen's phones. That's the video we're going to watch. They still haven't been searched. Okay? They've been seized, and now they're trying to determine if they can search them. It's been like 600 days. Now, it's not in opposite to Diaz. It's just you have to distinguish. That's the word. You have to distinguish Karen's case from Diaz on the temporal delay between the seizure in January 2024 and where we are now. Separate and apart from that, Karen also has a strong argument, in my opinion, not legal advice, not a lawyer, because what happened here was, it's not like the cop, Tully didn't call Karen or David and say, I'm coming over to serve a search warrant. He showed up with Fanning, John Fanning, the guy who wrote the report absolving Matthew Farwell for Sandra Birchmore's murder, but that's another story. They show up and just knock on the door. Karen just doesn't answer. So there's no affirmative evidence Karen had any knowledge that Tully was coming to serve a search warrant. So there's an argument that Karen's phone had been factory reset sometime prior, and it was not as a result of Tully and Fanning knocking on the door. Now, here's why it's a really risky fucking move from Karen. There's something called like exigent circumstances. So I'm not a lawyer. This is not legal advice. But one of the exceptions to the warrant requirement is police created exigency. And you might be saying to yourself, what the fuck does that mean? Well, what it means is, like, say the police come up to your door without a warrant. They just knock on your door and you're like, oh fuck, and you start flushing drugs. It doesn't matter that the police didn't have a warrant for anything when they showed up to your door and knocked. It doesn't matter that the police induced you by knocking to flush the drugs. If you do something like that and they have probable cause on their own accord to believe that you're flushing drugs, their police created exigency can get you in trouble for flushing the drugs. One, evidence of you flushing the drugs, and the drugs will come in because they can get into your dwelling without a warrant. They can just bust the fucking door down and be like, it doesn't matter that we knocked, we heard you flushing drugs, we're coming in, and then you're fucked. The second consequence of that is that when police create exigencies, you don't have a shield. Even though they may have committed a constitutional violation, you don't have a shield from the consequences of your actions. You have a shield in some sense if, like, they are somewhere illegally initially and then do more illegal things. But if they create an exigency, like knocking on a door, which we're going to see in Karen's case, and you just fucking respond by doing something, that can get you in trouble. Now, in the case of the flushing the drugs, that's not relevant to Karen's case. Karen potentially hears the knock at the door and potentially goes and factory resets one of her phones. She had two at the time. This is January of 2024. It's 2 years after John's death. There was a separate search of her other two phones 2 years before that, or one or two phones 2 years before that, her phone and her computer, whatever it was. This is a separate search, okay? Tully's coming back to get more phones to try to look into Karen and Aidan. And when Tully does that, Karen, because of the police created exigency, which they had a warrant for anyway, because of the knocking, they didn't have a warrant to come in her house, they had a warrant to come seize her phone. Because of the police created exigency, Karen potentially goes and resets the phone. That's spoliation. That's legitimate, like, destruction of evidence. And it doesn't, no, it's not. Hello, the Helena, you know. Hello, Polly D. Hello, over to our Irish towel friends. Hello, Troy. All our towel friends in Texas. Hello, 3 Clerk Monty. So the exigent circumstance, like what it means is, like, think about police knocking on a door. That's an exigent circumstance. Like, it's a precising term that means the police do something that causes you to do something. You can get in trouble for what you do, even if the police cause the exigent circumstance to make you do something. So if they knock on the door and you erase the phone and they can prove it, it doesn't matter that the phone can't come into evidence, notwithstanding the evidentiary issues that could come up in the collateral action, the initial underlying criminal action. The phone, like your evidence, your destruction of evidence either could lead to an adverse jury instruction against you. It could lead to criminal charges against you. Like, it doesn't matter if they violated the rules of evidence or if you keep the phone out as evidence in the other criminal proceeding, you can get banged up. So whoever told her to do this, one, probably was aware that there's not a lot of case law on this. Okay. It's like, I wouldn't call it I guess I'm not going to say I've done exhaustive, what's called shepherdizing on this fact pattern, but to the best of my initial understanding, this is kind of a case of first impression. Like, I think Yanetti's got good sources everywhere, and I think they kind of knew, but there was no evidence of Tully telling Karen or Yanetti or Jackson what he was coming to do. So therefore, there's this like gray area where like the only case on point that I can find is State v. Flack. And let's just differentiate the fact pattern here because it's incredibly important. So it's a pretty serious case, by the way. Flack's ex-girlfriend's mother called the Worcester. That's not how we spell Worcester around here. Ohio spells Worcester actually as Worcester. It's supposed to be Worcester. Police Department to report that Mr. Flack had violently arred her daughter and had used his cell phone to record the incident. So content warning, but this is a case. I have no choice. It's the only case I can find about this. Detective Juan McLeod interviewed Mr. Flack, and Mr. Flack indicated that he and his ex-girlfriend had engaged in consensual-esque conduct. Though Mr. Flack admitted that he had recorded some of the incident on his cell phone, he claimed he had since deleted the recording. Detective McLeod later interviewed Mr. Flack's current girlfriend. During her interview, the girlfriend said Mr. Flack had video proof to support his version of the events. The detective understood her statement to mean that Mr. Flack had not, in fact, deleted the recording of the incident from his cell phone. The detective then asked the current girlfriend to call Mr. Flack on speakerphone so they could discuss the recording. Mr. Flack was at work when his girlfriend and Detective McLeod called. When Detective McLeod asked Mr. Flack about the recording, Mr. Flack indicated that he had chosen not to share it because it made him, quote, look bad. He informed the detective that he had not filmed his ex-girlfriend's consent, so the recording, quote, looked very violent and, quote, more like hate-esque, quote, than a consensual act. After Detective McLeod explained that the recording was evidence in his investigation, this is the key fact, he told Mr. Flack he was coming to collect Mr. Flack's phone. Mr. Flack invoked his right to counsel when Detective McLeod arrived. The detective then seized his cell phone and brought it back to the police station. While drafting, so he didn't even get a seizure warrant. While drafting a request for a warrant to search the contents of the phone, Detective McLeod activated the phone to obtain its phone number and serial number. He discovered that the phone was in setup mode, meaning that it appeared to have been restored to its factory settings. That's exactly what we're going to see happen in the video with Tully, Karen, and John Fanning. Once Detective McLeod obtained a search warrant for the contents of the phone, he submitted it to the Bureau of Criminal Investigations in Ohio, or whatever this is, for analysis. BCI confirmed that the phone had been wiped clean around the time they can see when you wipe it. Around the time Detective McLeod was traveling to Mr. Flack's workplace to retrieve it. Following BCI's analysis, Mr. Flack was charged with one count of tampering with evidence. Uh-oh. So even if you wipe it, they can figure out when you wiped it. If she wiped it after the knock, based on the timeline, she could be in trouble. Mr. Flack filed a motion to suppress. Relevant to this appeal, he challenged the warrantless seizure of the phone. Remember, Tully had a warrant, so he's a little better positioned than this officer. And further alleged that Detective McLeod had performed a warrantless search when he activated the phone at the police station. That's not going to fly. And remember, so a pen registrar installed on a third-party, cell phone provider's office communication equipment, does not violate the Fourth Amendment. But under Carpenter, like more invasive stuff like historical cell site location information and actually searching the contents of the phone is a violation without a warrant. And we're talking in the context, even in the context of search incident to arrest. A cell phone's contents are more protected than something like a pen registrar. It's like a exception to the third-party doctrine because your cell phone contents, even though some of it's shared with a third-party record provider, it's so intimate that a reasonable person under the CATS test would not assume that you give this all up to the cell phone provider just because you have it on your phone. It's like pen registrar is the absolute limit of, like, so who you call, like the numbers you call, the numbers that call you, maybe the numbers that text you, the numbers you text. That's the absolute limit of the third-party doctrine exception to the warrant requirement for phones. Absolute exception. Historical cell site location information, contents of the phone, all off limits without a warrant. Now, remember, a seizure warrant is different than a search warrant. Oh, Helena says, what if it's a brand new phone? Wouldn't that make a difference? Yes, but again, there would still be a time of wipe. So if it's a brand new phone and it has never been wiped before, maybe you'd see a reset in the factory when they were testing the battery or whatever. You wouldn't see a reset right when you turn the phone on. And apparently, according to the Ohio Bureau of Criminal Investigations, even with a wiped phone, if you get into it, you can determine from a forensic analysis when it was wiped. All right, so he alleges that the phone was searched when it was turned on. Both failed. Now, what's wild is the trial court, probably like trying to apply Carpenter or something, actually grants the motion to suppress. Now, this guy's got a stronger argument than Karen for a number of reasons. Because it was a warrantless seizure. Like, he seized it before he got the warrant to seize it, and way before he got the warrant to search it. Now, you can get a seizure and search warrant at the same time, or like what Tully did, you can get a seizure warrant, collect more information, then get a search warrant. Maybe Krupp denied the search warrant or indicated he would. So the analysis is the trial court erred in granting the motion to suppress, so the dude loses, on the basis that the seizure of the phone violated the constitutional protections regarding search and seizure. So here the trial court found that Detective McLeod began investigating Flack regarding report of an essay. Although Flack initially denied he had a recording of the alleged essay on his phone, the court found further investigation Flack revealed that Mr. Flack might have lied. The court found Detective McLeod contacted Mr. Flack, told him he wanted his cell phone, and drove to Mr. Flack's workplace to collect it. That's the key difference. That distinguishes our case. Tully did not tell Karen or anyone he was coming. The detective then seized the phone. The trial court found that the seizure of the phone from Flack at his work site without a warrant violated the constitutional protections regarding search and seizure, and none of the exceptions applied. Based on these findings, the court granted this motion to suppress. Because Detective McLeod had probable cause to believe the phone contained evidence of a crime, and the state had a legitimate interest in preserving that evidence until a warrant could be obtained, the state argues Detective McLeod was justified in seizing the phone until he could secure a warrant to search its contents. The record does not support the trial court's conclusion that Detective McLeod violated Mr. Flack's rights by engaging in an unconstitutional seizure. As previously noted, it is not unreasonable for police to seize property on the basis of PC for the time necessary to secure a warrant. That's not really what we're talking about. Detective McLeod had probable cause to believe Flack's cell phone contained evidence related to his investigation based on his interview with Flack's current girlfriend and his telephone conversation with her and Mr. Flack. He also had PC to believe Flack had already lied about the existence of the recording on his phone, as he initially claimed to have deleted it, while Flack had a possessory interest in his phone, quote, society's interest in the discovery and protection of incriminating evidence from removal or destruction can supersede, at least for a limited time, a person's possessory interest in property, provided that there is probable cause to believe that the property is associated with criminal activity. Holding. Because McLeod had probable cause to temporarily seize Flack's cell phone, the seizure he conducted was justified. Information, okay. And then there's some applied lessons. All right, so let's see. To be right. Flack believed that he could destroy the video along with everything else on his phone to avoid prosecution. Even though the potentially incriminating video was destroyed, he will be successfully prosecuted for tampering with evidence. Well done, Detective Juan McLeod. Very interesting. Wow. Wow. So I don't know if they're going to pursue her for tampering, but they might have her on tampering. So let's watch the video. We have about 30 minutes to watch, so we'll watch it at 1.5 speed until Karen actually shows up on the camera, and then we'll go to regular speed. Let me turn the volume on. Thank you to LTL, by the way, for getting these documents to our record. So this is Tully and Fanning marching around Karen Reed's home with towel on commentary. Well, I'll mute in case they say anything.
Oh, someone's coming through the door. We're knocking that door. State Police, we have a search warrant. She just walked that way. The star in the window going this way.
State Police, search warrant.
Not saying what the warrant's for. Notice that. It could be there for anything.
Let's have him check the back doors.
He's only supposed to go to the doors. Like he can go to the ingress and egress. He's not supposed to search unless he has a warrant for the house.
She was inside, walked, it looks like that way. Can you check the door? Just announce that we have a search warrant.
That's the same thing they did when they were arresting her. She must have been freaked
Is the door
out.
locked?
They're at every window. It's on the arrest warrant, though. It's a search warrant, but she was probably freaking out. She thinks they're there to probably look at it. And Bo Dennis.
Brad, you want to call the number?
Dennis,
Otherwise,
we
we're
just
going to
read
take
a
forced
very
entry.
interesting case. Only case I can find
Karen, it's
where
the State Police. We're going to have to make forced entry if you don't open the door.
Oh, my God. Forced entry?
Please just open the door. We don't want to make forced entry.
Forced entry? You have a warrant for the house or for her phone? I thought it was for a warrant for her phone. Troy, I saw it. Troy, I'll intervene if it continues. Let's be. It is perfectly fine to disagree without being disagreeable.
We're going to have to make forced entry. Please answer the door.
Marvin Hagler, how are you doing? Hello, trust and love. I agree. Dude, how big is this house? She has 2 doors in the front, and she lived there alone. Woman in London. Remember, Tully and Fanning were partners for 20 years or so. I guess the warrant probably lets them enter a reasonable area to get the phone, but they're like, I don't know.
Is that screen door locked?
Yeah, it is.
How do you know she's in the home? Did you track her there? Why do you have probable cause to believe she's in there? Because you saw her car? Did you see her? You can't just go to a place you don't know she is.
We have to make forced entry here. We're trying to call her. You can stay there. Can you see it to the vehicle in there?
Oh, yeah, look at that. Double garage. What a property. Woman has more trees on her property than I had on mine. Oh, that's why they're not talking about house. All right, did you see her? Like, what? I'm a little baffled as to why they're acting so aggressive.
Do you want to make entry? Do you want to try and lose? I really don't want to force entry here if you don't have to.
You just threatened that you're going to break her door down. How much time you're either going in or you're not?
Warrant. We're going to decide we do not want to make a forced entry. So it's calling to have you open the door for us before we have to do a forced entry. Please give me a call back. I'll be back.
All right, hold on. That part could be important. Hold on. We got to slow to regular speed here because I got to hear what he says. Is he calling David or Karen?
Tully District Police. I'm at Karen's house in Mansfield for a search warrant. We know she's inside. We do not want to make a forced entry. So it's calling to have you open the door for us before we have to do a forced entry. Please give me a call back. I'll be back.
Sounds like he was calling your lawyer. You referred to Karen in third person. Hello, Dark Side of the Moon. She was pretty traumatized, though, by the previous two. Like, they surrounded her house.
Yeah.
Higgins and Lindsay were treated differently, though, Christine.
They're all
You can't
locked.
deny that.
Now we're going to have to destroy two doors to get through into this house. Also locked. Let me check that door. Maybe the easiest to get into. They all seem to be locked. Karen, State Police, we have a search warrant. We're going to have to make forced entry. Please open up. We have to break two doors to get in. Called her and her lawyer to see if I saw her go by. She's in here.
No, that's why they saw her. That's enough. He was gonna go in the window? Bro. That's creepy as fuck. I don't want John standing outside any windows.
calling again.
Hi, Lieutenant Tully, the State Police. I'm at Karen's house with a search warrant. I know that she's inside because we saw her. I don't want to make a forced entry, so I was hoping to see if you could call her, just so that we could make a peaceful entry.
Wait a minute. Hold on. Wait. Oh, they're allowed to lie. I forgot. So Tully said to Yannetti, I saw her. He didn't see her. Fanning said that he saw her, but it doesn't matter. Police can lie. Yeah, I think I don't know, the rumor mill is very hard to, like, you can't read the tea leaves right now, but John Fanning is a name that comes up all the time. Like, all the time. And it's kind of shocking to me, because you think, like, you know, the people that Towel knows would be talking about, like, Devine or Billy Farwell. No, man, like, over and over and over. John Fanning. Tully, I don't know, there's one piece of information. First of all, I think there's a reason nobody ever bothers me, literally, and it's because I know one piece of information, like, that, first of all, I don't know why someone told me this information, and two, I never plan on repeating it for now. But I know a piece of information about Brian Tully that leads me to believe that is another name in the mix. So it's like Fanning and Tully, and then Garino I don't think is in trouble, but I think he's just, I've never talked to him, but I get the opinion that, like, he's a little worried about what he got into for these dudes, and it's mostly Fanning and Tully. I don't know why. Maybe Yuri too, but like the two names that come up all the time are these two in the Birchmore discussions, over and over and over and over. Brian Tully and John Fanning, just a little Yuri, and Morrissey, but not even those two, the latter two, as much as John Fanning primarily. Like, people keep telling me, like, John Fanning, like, just do not take your eyes, not literally, but do not take your attention off of John Fanning. So, okay. All right, I'll just keep trying to figure out what the fuck's going on with John Fanning. And Tully, I think, is the person who signed off on it. My read is that Fanning did something pretty bad. Why? I don't know. I have my theories, but I think it's Fanning. That's why I hate watching this video. It's so disturbing to me to, like, listen to these two talk, like, what they know. I don't know. The only way they're going to get, like, the only way this would avoid going down the path that I think it's going is if, like, some of the people in the feds who have connections to Proctor and whatever interfere with the investigation. But I'm sorry, I think it's too late. If Farwell cooperates, I don't think U.S. Attorney Leah Foley's office is going to be like, nah, like, Michael Proctor's uncle, like, whatever. Like, no, bro. Like, they're going to rain hell down on them, even though they're cops. Like, you cannot look the other way on this. There's no wiggle room. And you only, if you're the feds, why would you wheel and deal with Farwell if he murdered Sandra Birchmore and her unborn baby boy? Well, that means whatever the feds know is somehow worse than that. And that means Farwell was not the primary person in whatever the hell that was. He was a participant, not the primary purpose. So, let's go.
We'll be in and out.
Yep.
Bo Peaches, it is so good to see you. Getting ready for Kelsey's hearing at 2 and watching
Yes.
Tully trying to serve a search warrant on Karen.
Correct. Yes. Thank you. Just the unit going to call.
By the way, it's not actually a search warrant, it's a seizure warrant.
I'll let these guys know. I'm glad.
And a Merry Christmas to you, Stargirl. Thank you so much for tuning in with us. Towel loves Christmas. Merry Christmas to all the wonderful towels out there. Happy holidays.
Stand by for a minute, Chance. Her lawyer's going to call her. So we're hoping we can be in here without having to make forced entry. If you see her come to the store,
You can just come around, okay?
Okay.
Thank you. This way. Hey. Want me to leave those at the door?
What's that?
Want me to leave those at the door?
Come on.
Oh,
Kill yourself.
that's awkward.
You're welcome. Someone coming?
Hello? Yes. Okay. Very good. Was Sharon here? Understood. Okay. Thank you. What? Very good. Appreciate it. Thanks. I will. Thanks. Bye. Your father's going to be here in 15 minutes. Give us the code to the garage and license.
Who's here?
He doesn't know. He called the phone.
Are you good with waiting?
Yep.
Okay. I'll let these guys know. You guys can stand pat. The lawyer called back. Her father's going to be here in 15 minutes to open the garage. The lawyer said he doesn't know who's in the home. I clearly saw a female in the home, so once we do that, we'll just clear the house and look for the evidence we're here for. Okay?
Suffering.
100%. Right by this window here. White striped shirt. You want me to contact this? What are you good for here? Us? Huh? Call them? Hey, this is Lieutenant John Fanning, State Police. Can I get a patrol supervisor? Yeah. Yes, Lieutenant John Fanning, Fanning. Thank you. Thank you.
Sorry, what was that picture on Fanning's phone? Huh. And then what was right before that? You can literally frame it. Hold on. You can frame by frame it, but it's slow. What's that? They're the ones that didn't redact this. I don't know why someone didn't pay attention. What the fuck is that? Yeah, what's this? He had something open sideways. Looks like a contact, maybe. No, it's a camera. What was dude doing on his camera? Yo, what the fuck is that? That might be discoverable. What was he taking pictures of? What the fuck? Yo, that's some weird shit. Want to see something cool? I think we can rotate this, actually. We'll go to the Kelsey hearing in a second. Take a look at this. So I think we can do this. Yeah, how nifty is that, right? Alright, too many rotations there. Chill out a second. Alright. Okay, so there's that, right? And then, what the fuck is this, bro? And then you do this, right? And then you do this. Okay. And then, alright, so what the fuck is that? Forensic video examination with towel. What was he doing? He was Googling something? Why were you Googling something? Hold on. Okay, so he gets off the call, he pushes the hang up button, and then it jumps to what looks like Google? Yeah, that's definitely Google. He was Googling something. What were you Googling? Can't really tell what that is. It's a little bit. I mean, what were you Googling? And then what the? Oh! Yeah, you can tell what he was Googling right there. What does that say? Hold on. First of all, is this on 4? How high did quality do? Yeah, alright, 1080. Alright, 1 second. I think you can see it. What does that say? Hold on 1 second. We are investigating now. What does that say? What does that say right there? See what I'm talking about? Alright, so he gets off the phone, and then what does it... Is that just reflect? No, that's definitely text. You see how text kind of like the pictures morph? And then it says something right there. There's text. Hold on a second. There's text like right there. You see what I mean? Above the mouse. I don't think that's a reflection from the tree. I have to do this like a very weird way. I think that is the term he was Googling. Because the tree's up here, okay, like the sky, then a tree branch. So that tree branch goes over this white lettering. So I think that is a word. I think he was looking something up. It looks kind of like Karen Reed, like kind of like, because it, like that's like an R, that's like a D, but there's just no way, like, even on my good monitor, it might just be the reflection of the tree. It's very hard to tell. He's definitely Googling something. That is definitely the Google logo, okay? There's no doubt in my mind that is the Google logo. The question is, what the fuck is he Googling? Troy's like, it says, hopefully we will find some nudes in Karen's phone. No, Troy, I don't think it says that. A for effort, Troy, but no, it does not. All right, now I got to get myself somehow completely reorientated. All right, I know what to do. All right, there we go. So either way, that's a bit of a mystery for now. The Kelsey hearing is about to start, but yeah, there's something there, folks. I don't exactly know what, but he was doing something on his phone, and I caught it there. Like, I saw the number unmasked earlier, and I was like, oh, I can see his screen. Then he just puts the thing in front of his body cam, and that's not redacted, and it looks like, from what I can see, he was Googling something. I can't tell you what the man was Googling, but he was Googling something. That would be interesting. What was he Googling? Was he Googling it then? Was he Googling it earlier that day? Did it just stay on his cell phone? I don't know. Was it something he was doing before he made the call? I don't know. Let's keep going. Could be Google Maps. Could be.
Lieutenant Fanning. Hey, how's it going? I'm Lieutenant John Fanning, State Police out of Norfolk DA's office. We're executing a search warrant. We're trying to not make forced entry here. The person that lives here, their father's coming to open the garage and then...
All right, we are live in court for the Kelsey Fitzsimmons hearing, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you to Law Girls Not Attorneys for their coverage. We are live. Going to try to get you better quality, but they are broadcasting from the courtroom. We are live from the Kelsey Fitzsimmons courtroom, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you to Law Girls Not Attorneys. Give them a follow. Give them a shout out. Gotta love it, ladies and gentlemen. We are live. Will Kelsey be going home today? Will she? You're about to find out, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, just like Yeah, Larry, just want to make sure you guys see like an info after the show in that area. Yeah.
Whatever, you know what I mean? No, it's not like, you know, unembarked. It's true. Right.
It's on the fact there's a video.
Yeah, someone knows about. I'm not gonna shine. It's a purple standard. It's these birds still going. Sounds birds.
This one, so it's running on first. No one was the oldest girl was turning. She went to a boss down the wall, head to head, or something else. I'm not getting it. Go back to the front. Fourth floor. That's what it so that they're all going
Court, all right.
Here we go.
Court is now in session. You may be seated.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. May I call the case? Calling number 4 on the Session J list for December 23rd, 2025. The Honorable Justice Kathleen McCarthy Nyman presiding. Como versus Kelsey Fitzsimmons, 2025, 77 CR 311, scheduled today for a motion hearing. Could counsel please identify themselves for the record?
Good afternoon, Your Honor. James Shipper, associate on behalf of the Commonwealth.
Good afternoon, Attorney Gubitosi.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Timothy Bradel on behalf of Ms. Fitzsimmons.
Good afternoon, Attorney Bradel.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Mark Copley on behalf of defendant Kelsey Fitzsimmons.
Good afternoon, Attorney Copley, and good afternoon, Ms. Fitzsimmons, and good afternoon to everybody in the courtroom. So, the court is in receipt of a motion by Attorney Bradel, an expedited motion, I guess.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you for having us. Judge, we're really standing on the motion in the sense that, you know, we've done the medical homework, if you will, and Ms. Fitzsimmons is able to muster the appropriate amount of oxygen or deep breath, if then she can comply with the terms that the court has requested. We had her visit with the institution nurse and a couple of times, and we're confident that she's able to do it. And I hope that the court will reinstate what the court initially wanted her to undergo.
Okay, I just want to make a couple of notes here. The motion is entitled as an expedited motion, which the court was willing to do, but I do want to point out a few things. That the paperwork that was submitted with the expedited motion indicated that your position is that your client's been able to, in, I guess, your mind, comply with the terms of release since November 24th of 2025. So
Yes.
that's over a month ago.
Yes,
Ms. Fitzsimmons was in court on November 25th in person.
yes.
And I just wanted to be clear that that was not brought to anybody's attention at that point. There were also 2 other dates that were on for hearing, and it was never brought to the court's attention at that time that your client was able to do it. For the record, I just wanted to be clear that the court would have been open to hearing this type of information at any time. So I'm just curious why it was filed yesterday as an expedited motion when it seems to the court that there was plenty of time to do it in the regular course of litigation.
Judge, we elected to prosecute the SJC appeal, and that's the reason.
Okay.
That's it.
All right. So I just wanted to make the record clear that from when my motion was written, it was clear that at any time there was a change in circumstances, the court would certainly be open to hear from the defense on it. That was also made, I think, in the Commonwealth's response to the SJC filings. The Commonwealth did indicate that that was certainly an option that you had. The single justice on October 15th also noted that that was something that Ms. Fitzsimmons could do in the event circumstances changed. Then apparently there was medical evidence to support your position over a month ago, November 24th. Again, November 25th, she was in court in person, could have certainly have alerted the court to her condition at that time, and the court certainly would have been open to seeing if she could do the scram. She was then, actually December 19th, last Friday, she was in front of Judge Drexler, and Judge Drexler actually prompted the defense and brought this issue up with them. And here we are 3 months later, which is about 103 days total, Ms. Fitzsimmons been in custody, and I just wanted to make that clear. So with that said, we'll certainly hear from you. And did Attorney Gubitosi, do you have anything to say?
No, I would rest on the arguments that I've made 3 or 4 times in the past, so almost position on the 58A and conditions and the like. I don't need to add anything.
Okay.
A couple of things are, so I have no doubt that if we had brought it up at different times, the court would have entertained it just fine. But we had a pending appeal going, and, we elected to prosecute the appeal.
That's fine.
And it would have mooted the appeal, Your Honor. So that's sort of the legal justification as well. And, the scores from the nurse at the institution, at the time were average scores. So, it wasn't like she was, having passing these with flying colors.
Okay.
So it was going in the right direction. But it was,
Okay.
it wasn't a
No, that's certainly your right. I just want to make sure that the record's clear that this court has been open to this type of motion for 3 months.
I have no doubt.
And
I believe 100%.
the documentation that was submitted indicated that on November 24th, the patient was in no distress and was able to do the, that whatever test is that they
Yes. Consent is
at the institution. So that's fine. So I do want to address a few things. First of all, relative to Ms. Fitzsimmons' mental health, back when I made my order, there was, I think, some schedules for her to go and see certain providers. Is that still in place?
Yes, absolutely.
So
Your Honor.
can you tell me about that?
So Dr. Zeisel is our retained expert, and he's also treating Ms. Fitzsimmons. And he is ready to go with appointments, and he understands that probation is to be informed of all the appointments and compliance issues, et cetera. And the other one is Mass General, the Mass General Clinic, and Ms. Fitzsimmons is ready to make those appointments as well, and we'll advise probation of that.
Okay, so those were this, I know, Doctor, did Ms. Fitzsimmons get treatment while she was incarcerated?
No.
Okay,
I mean, she had some visits, but nothing that we would consider any sort of
so
comprehensive treatment.
Dr. Zell, that's the doctor that the defense has?
Yes.
Okay,
Correct.
and what's his specialty again?
He's a forensic psychologist. I've worked with him for many years, and he's also taken an interest in Ms. Fitzsimmons in the sense of treating her as well as being a consultant for us.
So do you have a treatment plan currently from him, or what was the plan if back?
So it was Dr. Zeisel was going to see her twice a week, I believe it was, and then she was going to have at least a weekly with Mass General. And I think that.
And is there a specific doctor at Mass General?
Well, Dr. Nisevich, you may recall, is the kind of the head of the team. I don't know if he's going to be specifically on the meetings. I think that's going to be a Zoom type situation.
Okay. So that will be Zoom. And how about Dr. Zeisel?
I believe, if I can just have one more here.
Sure.
So Judge, it's going to be a Zoom with Dr. Zeisel as well, but he's available. He's very flexible. If he feels he wants to see her in person, he will certainly be happy to do that.
Okay, if that's the case, with the appropriate notification to probation. So the previous conditions were GPS probation. Do we have a GPS available?
Yes, we do.
Okay. 24/7 house arrest, except for medical visits, psychiatric visits, attorney visits, and all of that has to be with 48 hours notice to probation. Reside at the home of William Page, and her mom's here today?
Yes, sure.
Lauren, is that right?
Yes.
Okay, could you just come forward? Could you swear her in, please?
Did you raise your right hand? You solemnly swear to make true answers to such questions put by the court or upon its directions to help you God.
Yes. So, good afternoon. As you know, my name is Kathleen McCarthy, and I have a few questions for you. Where are you currently living?
24 Oak Knoll Road in Methuen, Mass.
Who lives there with you?
My husband and our daughter Madison.
Okay. So I think the last time that we were in court it was just you and your husband that were living there, is that right?
No, Madison was too.
Okay, so I'm gonna order again, I know a few months have gone by, but, I'm gonna order that the Board of Probation run BOPs on all the current residents that are going to live there. And also, your last name's Page, correct?
Yes.
Okay, Ms. Page, your daughter, if she's released, then she's gonna be in your custody, do you understand that? And there are certain conditions that are gonna be imposed. They're gonna be the same conditions for the most part that were imposed before, do you understand that?
Yes.
And do I have your word that if it appears that your daughter's gonna be violating any of those terms, that you will in fact contact the probation department?
Yes.
Okay, all right, thank you. So I do want to have a home check at that location, can we do that?
We could do it this afternoon, but I would probably need about a half hour to an hour to get that completed.
Okay,
I can have someone from our law's office do that whole visit.
okay, that would be great. That's a condition precedent to release. And then stay away and have no contact with the named victim in the case, any of the witnesses, and with the child. No alcohol with scrams. The scrams are going to be random, and they're going to be between 6 a.m. in the morning and 11:30 at night. Ms. Fitzsimmons has to sign all the releases again and follow the treatment plans that are in place. I assume Attorney Bradel or Attorney Coakley did the same treatment plan, similar, by Dr. Seidel and Mass General. So for now, it's going to be ordered that Ms. Fitzsimmons have sessions with Dr. Seidel at least twice a week, and by Zoom is fine, and at least one time a week at Mass General under it's Dr. Nizic, was it?
Nicevich, N-I-C-E-V-I-C.
Okay, or any
His team.
doctor, somebody on his team.
Thank you.
Okay. Attorney Gubitosi, do you want to be heard on anything?
The only thing that we had talked about before, Your Honor, was that she's not to have possession of firearms,
Yes.
dangerous weapons, and there shouldn't be any of those in the home.
Yes, so there's no firearms or dangerous weapons Ms. Fitzsimmons can't be in possession of, and there are to be no firearms or dangerous weapons in the home. Anything else? Attorney Brado?
No, you're wrong. Thank you.
Attorney Gubitosi?
No.
So what I'm going to do, though, is I'm going to take about an hour break, and there'll be the home visit conducted, and we're going to see if Ms. Fitzsimmons can actually do the scram. I understand that it's the defense's position that she can, but we're going to give her an opportunity to do that, because I want to make sure if there's any problems, it's brought to my attention today and not on another day. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you very much, Ryan.
All right.
I understand that it's the defense's position.
All right, so she's heading home. Kelsey will need to pass a scram test in front of judge, and then there will be a home visit, but she is free for now.
That's very
All right, now you're really not supposed to record after that, so we're going to pause that. All right, so it looks like she's free. Jane, I'm so glad you're here with us. Now, we're going to go back to the Tully video, but Kelsey Fitzsimmons is free. There's one more thing she's got to do. It's procedural, but breaking news, ladies and gentlemen, Kelsey Fitzsimmons is free. Now, listen, people were not thinking this was going to happen. Our poll was straight up, 59-41 in favor of yes. Now, a lot of people were saying, Grant, what do you think? And I was saying I read the SJC opinion. Oh, Duck Duck says, sorry for the questions. I just got out of the hospital after a 3-day stay, and I could not wait, giving just wee insight how Kelsey must feel. All good with me now. Absolutely, Duck Duck. First of all, God bless you. I hope that your hospital stay has left you in a better position. We all are thinking of you right now, and I don't know where you are or how we can help you, but if you ever need anything and chat can be of assistance, you just let us know. But yes, to get you fully updated on the Kelsey Fitzsimmons case. So I knew she was going home today. People were like, is she going home? Is she going home? I knew it. I knew she was going home for a number of reasons. Okay, first of all, I knew she was going home because I read the SJC opinion yesterday. And if you read the SJC opinion yesterday, you will know that the SJC was telegraphing that this was going to happen. It was not a matter of would it happen. It was a matter of like what condition did judge want to see imposed. Now, the reason why I say that I knew this was coming is that it was very obvious that the press attention was starting to make like judge look a little bit bad. Now, yes, was it generally because there was some weird procedural issues? Basically what happened was Kelsey was in her home, okay, and there was her ex-partner was having a warrant served on her, like not a warrant, a restraining order. Now, Kelsey was a police officer. Now, Kelsey had a young child at the time, and they, like, out of nowhere come into her home, no family court order, nothing. They just bring an RO and they try to separate her from her kid. And she's like, what the fuck? And justifiably so, in my opinion, loses it in that moment. Now, I do not have any children, and I am a man, not a woman. But a mother's relationship with their child is very special. So she loses it, and in that moment, she's a cop, right? But she's off duty. She takes out her service weapon and points it at herself. In their infinite wisdom, and by the way, there's something weird, because like her former law enforcement partner was one of the people serving the RO. They kind of had a history, because they showed up to a scene together where like they found somebody dead, and it really traumatized them. I think the woman was pregnant. So they both had a history, and she pulls out the gun, and her fellow officers, in their infinite wisdom, shoot her. They just shoot her in her house. And in shooting her, they obviously severely injure her. Now, what happens is she gets arrested, obviously, and arraigned, and then is released on bail. This was a few months ago. While she's out on bail, she has been shot, okay? So she has been shot in a way that impacts her ability to breathe. And the doctors are saying, like, she cannot breathe and cannot do part of her conditions of release, home confinement, limited availability to leave with doctors, for doctors, lawyers, whatever. Kelsey could not do scram testing, which is like a version of like alcohol testing where you blow really hard into a device, because she had been shot. Now, Tim Bradel, fearing that the probation department is going to revoke Kelsey because she can't breathe into the scram device, goes to Judge and says, Judge McCarthy Newman, and says, will you please just alter these conditions of release on bail so Kelsey can go to a center and do a urine analysis when you need her to for alcohol? And Judge is like, on the grounds of Judge doesn't want Kelsey leaving the home very often, Judge says, no, you cannot do that. Well, Bradel didn't realize that by moving for a reconsideration of bail, Judge was going to revoke bail. Judge revoked Kelsey's bail. She didn't just reject the modification. She revoked bail. So Kelsey was left kind of like stuck between a rock and a hard place. And we will take the press conference once they get out of court. It just might be a little bit. Of course, Bunny, and of course, once Duck Duck said they needed to get caught up after they were in the hospital, I was like, oh, of course we will do that. So Kelsey is jailed. Her bail is revoked on dangerousness grounds because they say that she is not able to comply with scram. Now, the thing is, when you get revoked for dangerousness, that is not the same as getting it revoked for like a violation or picking up a new charge. Dangerousness is a very specific like way to have your bail revoked. And so, well, Kelsey gets her bail revoked, and there was some bickering during this hearing. It was very implicit. Judge was kind of like putting on a show for the press, even though there was only one camera allowed. It was law girls, not attorneys. Judge was definitely putting on a show for the press because there was like this really weird, like Bradel was basically saying this months ago, like, Judge, like, just like wait till she, just give her a chance to do an alternative method of testing. And Judge was like, no. And the reason I say dangerousness is different than bail revocation, it's the same idea, but bail is about like ensuring you return to future hearings, like your presence at hearings. Dangerousness is like you're a threat to the public safety and welfare, which is a different standard, and it's not as much about you returning to court. It's like, are you a threat to yourself or others? And Judge's logic there was specious. Like, bro, her mom can't drive her to the drug testing clinic to get, like, drug testing? Are you serious? I don't buy that for a second. It was because Judge McCarthy Newman was pissed off at Bradel, I think, because Bradel has a bad reputation. I'm sorry if he wants to hear it or not. Like, I talk to people. He has a bad reputation among the judges. Not every judge. He has some friends, but the judges who aren't his friends, I don't think they like him very much. And Judge McCarthy Newman, totally let it get the best of her. Now, what people didn't know about this is I've never been in front of Judge McCarthy Newman, but I know her because I read her opinions in Cambridge vs. Revolutionary Clinics 2. In fact, I know enough about this to tell you I know her brother's on the appeals court. He doesn't hear any cases involving her and whatever. But I know a lot about Judge McCarthy Newman. She was only Judge McCarthy back when I covered the Revolutionary Clinics case in like 2021, which is also how I knew about Pat Turo's father, because I extensively covered his connections to, what was that dude, Keith Cooper, who donated to Turo's campaign for Somerville City Council in like 2020 or 2021. And of course, I looked at the campaign finance reports. They had a dinner at like a restaurant, and he donated $500, and I found it. And donated $500 to Pat Turo's father, Pat Turo, who people think is John Barron. But anyway, the point is, so Judge McCarthy Newman, if Bradel had, I don't know if he just wasn't before her or what, but if you do your research on Judge McCarthy Newman, you'll know that, like, she'll double down just because you challenged her. Like, I'm not saying this positively or negatively, but, like, in the Rev Clinics case, like, that was a really, like, groundbreaking ruling about an interpretation of 94G3A1I, and it has to do with like local permitting of adult and medical use businesses, adult use businesses particular, and like, can you like prevent conversion of a medical shop to an adult use shop through like a business permitting ordinance, basically? And, you know, Little Towel, of course, had his hand in going to the city council in Cambridge and getting that permitting ordinance drafted. So I was like, you're not going to mess with my damn permitting ordinance. So anyway, the city solicitor takes it up, Rev Clinic sues, and for me, it was like a really important issue about like the extent of local control over the permitting process in order to ward off consolidation of the market. So it was like a policy fight for me. But anyway, so I'm going in there and I'm talking to city council in public comment. I do a pretty good job. I should play one of those videos once. I was a bigger towel back then, but goodness, oh goodness, let's just play it. Let's just play it, because this matter ends up going in front of Judge McCarthy Newman. And you got to understand, she is ferocious. She's very liberal, but I don't think she's someone you ever want to like challenge. She definitely changed her tune for this hearing because I think she like calmed down, which, I mean, I'm not saying this negatively or positively, but she was mad at Bradel from the jump. And then Bradel like gave her an opening to like fuck him over and make him look bad. And even though he did, like, if I were Tim Bradel, I would be like, like, fuck, man. Like, come on. Like, but then you got to realize what the system's doing is, I can't confirm this. I've never talked to Judge McCarthy Newman or any judges about this, but I think what they're doing to Bradel is like, listen, don't come in to every courtroom like it's like your defendant is Turtle Boy. Like, we do not want to see that. Don't do it. Just don't do it. And he kind of came in there like a little bit, like maybe like with a Turtle Boy client vibe, even though Kelsey is not Turtle Boy. She's just a cop who was a mom. He came in there kind of like a little bit in a way that she didn't like. And so he basically, if a judge does you wrong, but like they are technically in the right, you're never going to win. You are never going to win. You're never, ever, 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 ever going to win, because they're smarter than you and they're going to write their ruling in a way like, so basically to get appellate review, what's the standard? Is it like clear error of law? Is it like, so you need a reason to get appellate review. And then the question is, do you get like de novo review of the factual record? And that's a higher standard. And the reason why this is important is if you're appealing, the deference is always to the trial judge. The trial judge, in the logic of the appellate court and the Supreme Judicial Court, is the best positioned person to make judgment calls on issues of fact and law. They're in the courtroom. They see the witnesses. They see the defendant. They see the lawyers. They see the probation officer. There's an extreme amount of deference. So when you make an appeal of anything, first of all, the judge knows they're going to win. Most of the time, barring like a novel issue of law or a policy issue, like the appellate courts are going to uphold what the trial courts do, because the trial court's going to fashion their ruling in a way that like basically uses their discretion as a protective shield to enforce their jurisdiction over the defendant as a message to the defendant or the lawyer. Here was a message to Bradel. Kelsey got caught up. That's why I think I did feel bad for Kelsey. I haven't really analyzed this, but I felt bad for Kelsey Fitzsimmons because I was like, bro, she's not the one who did anything wrong. She's suffering because Bradel's getting a little bit of like a hand slap. And you think like lawyers get hand slaps by the bar commission or the BBO? No, yeah, that happens. Law is a self-regulating profession, but people think it means like because you get sanctioned by the BBO. No, judges regulate the profession, and you absolutely will get your clients into a very precarious position, even sometimes very unjustly if you have a bad reputation. Now, is it justified that Bradel has a bad reputation? Probably not. Like, I mean, he did some things that were uncouth, but like defense lawyers do things, okay? He is, you know, he said some things that Meredith probably shouldn't have released. I don't know why she did that. I'm a little baffled by that. Only someone who like is working with Kate Peter would release messages where Mark Betterow and Aidan Kearney and Tim Bradel and Aidan Kearney are talking because you want to destroy Aidan Kearney if you're doing that, which is weird that Meredith wants to do that. Like, I don't understand unless she's either working with Kate Peter now or was working with Kate Peter the entire time. Now, the other weird thing is, like, the point of this, though, is Tim Bradel was the reason why Kelsey Fitzsimmons got jailed, but not because he did anything wrong per se, but because Judge McCarthy was sending Bradel a message that I'm going to embarrass you and your client's going to suffer. No. Was it justified? No. But, like, can you do anything about it? No. Is it over now? Yes. Is she going home? Should you feel bad for her? Yeah. Like, she didn't react. Like, she's a cop. You can't put your gun to your own head while other cops are there with guns. But, like, come on. It's a clear, like, heat of the moment, mental insanity type of situation. I don't think she was thinking rationally, nor do I think she understood the difference between right and wrong, and then they fucking shot her. She didn't do really anything wrong after that point. It was Bradel, and it wasn't Bradel fucking... People were bashing Bradel for bringing the motion for reconsideration of the bail. No, probation was going to violate her, even though probation hadn't violated her, and then said they were going to violate her. Bro, they were going to violate her as soon as she couldn't do that scram test. And so because they were going to do it, Bradel had to move. Bradel didn't do anything wrong procedurally by moving to amend the bail conditions. What he did was he gave Judge McCarthy an opportunity to do what she wanted to do, probably because all the judges had some kind of summit. They have summits all the time. It's called like Law Day or whatever the hell they do. And they were like, fuck that guy. And bro, if you piss judges off, that's why people say do not piss judges off, because one, they all talk, two, they have very long memories, and three, they're going to go up to each other and be like, hey, you got a case with that dude? Like, fuck him. That's what they're going to do, and they have lifetime tenure, so good luck with that. So that's what I'm saying. Yeah, so, and, you know, I really appreciate all of you letting me kind of go on there, but I'm not faulting Bradel. I'm saying that Kelsey Fitzsimmons, again, people are like, Grant's one of like 3 people covering this. Well, one, okay, it does make a difference. Like if I am covering something and start calling and say, okay, I'm going to cover this, and like I'm in the pool, like, okay, of course the courts know we're all registered for a reason. They need to know who's covering it, because they're trying to figure out, like, is it a problem? If no one's looking, it's not really a problem. If a lot of people are looking, especially someone who can do something about it, it's a problem. So they're always thinking, courts are always thinking about that. And people are like, well, why would Grant throw his weight around on this? And it's because, notwithstanding the merits of the procedural argument under the bail revocation statute for dangerousness, which, I mean... all right, it's a judgment call. You're never going to win. It was less about Kelsey blowing into the scram monitor and more about Tim Bradel. Be like, they made an example of him with this case. It's over now in the sense Kelsey will go, I'm going to guess, if I had to guess, what is she charged with? Like, was it the discharge of the weapon? I don't think she fired her weapon. Was it A and B by pulling the gun, like with a dangerous weapon? I think that's what it is. She might have a few charges. The point is, I don't foresee her doing a lengthy prison term based on my knowledge of the facts. I see this more as like a mental health issue that was exacerbated by a familial dispute that should have been in family court, not with Kelsey's former law enforcement partner serving an RO on her. Like, when they know she has a service weapon, you don't take somebody's kit. Like, that was stupid. Most juries are not going to like that. It was not like she went out on the street and like pulled a gun and was waving it around. They went into her home, tried to take her kid. It was emotional. She reacted. They shot her. Very sympathetic defendant. I don't foresee this going to trial. I think they're going to plea her out. What she really needs is probably like a family court mediator to get this former spouse of hers to stop whatever the fuck he's doing. If they don't want to be together, obviously that's fine, but like, he has connects clearly with the police department or somebody. They got to get this out of the criminal court system. They need to resolve their differences in the best interest of that child, and they got to like stop tormenting her. Thankfully, I don't think we're going to see a repeat of this. I think Bradel was Now remember, the courts are also thinking like anything involving Tim Bradel is going to get press, right? So when Kelsey was sent to jail on the bail revocation, judge knows Tim Bradel, that whole time she's in jail, is going to get dragged over and over and over and over and over and over in the over in the press. That was the point of all this. If you want my analysis, like, it wasn't to jail Kelsey or to like make her heal in jail till she could blow into a scram monitor. Does that sound very rational to you? Does it really sound like judge cared about that at all? She flipped on that in a second, was like, hey, well, I would have done this when she was healthy. You know, it doesn't matter, you know. No, judge was not upset about the scram testing. Judge found one thing she could use against Bradel and absolutely took it to the like extreme limit of her discretion, and she crucified Bradel for it. Well, I don't think LEO will be held accountable because no matter what you argue about, like, it's an affirmative defense, basically, and I'm not a lawyer, this is not legal advice. It's an affirmative defense. You're not denying that you pulled a gun. It doesn't matter if you pull a gun on yourself or a cop. If you are within 5 feet of a cop, it's different maybe if they come up to you and, like, you're in a mental crisis. And like, they're not going to draw their weapon per se. They're going to negotiate. If you don't have a hostage, they're probably going to try to get you not to hurt yourself. Here, we have a different situation. You're dealing with police officers who don't have the luxury in that situation of talking you down. If you're in an active confrontation with them, whether it's their fault or not, and you pull a weapon, you're probably, if you live, you're going to be very lucky. Like, first of all, you should be declaring, I don't care how disturbed you are, if you can't realize, like, because of the situation, if you can't realize you got to tell the cops you have a weapon, you're fucked. The other thing is, if you pull that weapon, I don't care if it's on you, them, or the ceiling, they're going to shoot you. There's no way you're getting out of it. You cannot do it. They're trained. They have so much sovereign immunity. If you pull a weapon in front of them, even towards yourself, they are going to shoot you, because there is nothing they can do. If you have a gun in your hand and they are actively watching you take the gun from some place that was not visible and bring it to a visible place, that is a direct threat to their life. You may not be intending to shoot them, but that doesn't matter. That's not how the law thinks about it. Like, you can argue all you want that it was unjustified. That's just not how the law thinks about it. I'm not a lawyer. This is not legal advice. The law is going to say, you took out a gun. They thought you were going to kill them. They shot you. You're lucky you're alive. That's really what the law will say to it. Whether that's morally right, I don't know. But the point is, Kelsey didn't deserve to get her bail revoked. She was used as a bit of a proxy, and Bradel was made to suffer. I think the judges are a little pissed at him because of his tactics. They're a little mad. Like, yeah, like a lot of people will say things like, you know, oh, the First Amendment, like, of course, like, unless a lawyer's gagged, they can say whatever they want on the courthouse steps. Okay, sure. And judges can say whatever they want at their judge day conferences. And how do you think you're going to hear about it? You think a judge is going to come up to you and be like, hey, we had a summit. You know, we all voted. We took a straw poll. Like 7 out of 10 people don't like Tim Bradle. No. They're going to be like, hey, Judge McCarthy Newman, did you see that Fitzsimmons case up in Essex Superior you're sitting on? You know Tim Bradle? And they're going to wink at her, and she's going to know exactly what they mean. I'm not saying they did this here, but how it's not unreasonable, based on the facts and the law and this whole situation, to conclude that this was actually about Tim Bradle, and I'm not talking about his performance as a lawyer. It was a message from the judges to Tim Bradle. I don't know why they wanted to humble him, I guess, but like that's what lawyers I think mean when they say, like, one, you don't want to piss off judges, and two, like, you will hear about it, but you won't know, like, what's going on. Like, eventually you'll piece it together, but you're going to get a message from the system like that, and then you got to piece it together. How Bradle reacts to this, I don't know. I think the message they told him, like, if I were in Bradle's position and this case went down, one, I would have brought in Martha Coakley, which he did. And the other thing is, I would have been like, do I double down here, or do I, like, how much of the judiciary is against me? If it's like, I have like a bunch of judges in my corner, but like a rogue faction of activist judges who are against me, I would have played it differently than he played it. And I'm pretty sure he would have played it differently too. The way he played it here was very contrite. Like, Judge McCarthy Newman, like, you know, you're totally right. Like, it was just very conciliatory, you know, whatever you say, Your Honor, you're right. You know, we only didn't bring this back earlier to you because we wanted to preserve our rights on appeal. Bullshit. He's just, like, being nice to her, and he's backing down. Now, you might say, oh, but I heard Judge McCarthy Newman backing down. No, she blamed Bradle, and that was the final kind of like he'd gotten his, like, 9 ruler slaps on the hand, and the 10th one, as he walked back to his seat, was, no, it was your fault anyway, and you could have fixed this. That's how I knew it was about Bradle. Because, like, she was basically being like, sorry, Miss Fitzsimmons, and saying to Bradle, like, now that we're here, the narrative that I'm putting on the record is that you did this, Mr. Bradle, and I would have resolved this earlier for you anyway, you know, wink and a nod. Okay, move on. So he, like, that was the reason I knew it was a message to Bradle, because that is not, there's no reason for that. Like, she was giving him a backhanded compliment. She was giving him a backhanded apology, actually, not a compliment. So it was about Bradle. But Kelsey's free. So if you're just tuning in, we watched Kelsey Fitzsimmons' hearing. Now, let me see. Can I, what can I find here? Oh, yeah, let's go back to the Brian Tully video, actually. So this is the Brian Tully search warrant video with John Fanning. They're looking at Karen's home. I want to watch the end of this with you. I'll keep commentating. Going to pause my camera because it is an HD video and I want to see the HD. We're waiting for the part where Karen's dad shows up. So, and then, what else did I want to talk about? Oh, if Kelsey comes out of court and they give a press conference, I'll take the video of that live. If Law Girls and Attorneys or Justice Served has that. So if you all, I know you tell friends, I saw Peaches like jumping across. If you all see somebody take the press conference with Bradle, Martha Coakley, and Kelsey, let me know. But from what I understand, we're looking at a little bit of delay because Kelsey has to go with judge and probation. They have to get a scram. Then she has to do it. Then they have to wait for it to read out, and judge has to satisfy herself that Kelsey can do the scram monitoring. So as we await that, let us take a look at the Brian Tully and John Fanning search warrant. Yes, and well, so Jane, I don't know, are they going to find the infamous weed whacker? Are they going to find a leaf blower? Karen's got quite a home, or did have quite a home, as you can see. She lived in kind of like a fortress, like just nestled up there in Mansfield or wherever the hell she was. But yes, let's keep going, ladies and gentlemen. A little towel, and back to the John Fanning and Karen Reed search warrant video that LTL put up.
We can go in and get the items that we're looking for. But I was just wondering,
Hold on, now that we have time, I want to reduce this to regular speed, and then, as I mentioned, we'll wait around for the Kelsey press conference, and that will end our day.
Hey, how's it going? I'm Lieutenant John Fanning with the State Police out of Norfolk DA's office. We're executing a search warrant we're trying to not make forced entry here. The person that lives here, their father's coming to open the garage, and then hopefully we can go in and get the items that we're looking for. But I was just wondering, we were hoping it was going to be quick in and out, but there is a female inside, but they're not answering the door. So I was just wondering if you could have a uniformed patrolman come down and just sit in the driveway with us in case there's any unforeseen problems. We are. Oh, yeah, yep, exactly, yes. Yes, that's right, yeah. Yeah, it's just to have someone here if there's any problems when her father arrives or whatever. We don't suspect any, and so I can, yeah, we can chat later. Yeah, no problem. Again, hopefully we're in and out of here. Thanks, sir. Have a sergeant coming. Thanks for coming. Just so you know, everything being audio and visually recorded. Yeah.
This is a local cop. I'm going to change the speed to 1 so we can watch it at regular speed.
Yes, and when we came up, I saw a woman, I don't know if it was her, but run across those windows and go upstairs. We have a search warrant for the house. We're looking for very specific items. Whoever's in there is not answering. We called her phone number. We called her attorney. Her attorney said her father will be in 15 minutes to let us in the garage. We're waiting on that. If not, we'll be forced to make a forced entry, which we're trying to avoid.
Yeah, no, I understand.
You guys don't happen to have Rams, do you?
Yeah, probably one of my truck.
Okay.
Take a look.
Right, if we need it. I'm hoping we don't, and I'm hoping that this person's...
I'll check for you anyway.
Thank you. Any idea how long it's been? The supervisor from Mansfield probably has a Ram. Give it a little bit longer, but obviously as a last resort, if we have to, we can... The supervisor from Mansfield probably has a Ram. Give it a little bit longer, but obviously as a last resort, if we have to, we can... Okay. Well, I mean, I'm really hoping we don't need to do it, but
I'd rather do it.
we're giving every opportunity for someone to come open the door. Yeah.
Where's he coming up?
3 minutes. Okay, 3 minutes. So yeah, they'll. He said he has the garage code, so I saw someone's in there. Once we make entry,
One person went there, 2, 3?
I believe just one. We'll make entry. Yeah, we'll make entry and clear it, and then get the items we need, and that will be the end of it. Appreciate you coming down.
Yeah, most of the guys are tied up. I thought I was drinking. I'm not gonna make them late.
Yeah, we'll catch up. When I was down here, is the street that we did that search warrant on near here from us? I don't know Mansfield at all, but like I was driving, and I remembered that we were here.
Where we are on this side, just on the opposite side, but same kind of direction.
Okay.
That ran it down towards Foxborough, right? 95's area.
Careful.
Yeah, a lot of that happened.
Yeah.
Especially the shoes you guys are wearing.
Came from court, too. Thanks for coming.
With that, no problem.
Brian Tully.
So what I was thinking is once he opens the garage, we'll clear.
Yep.
I clearly saw a person in here.
Dogs,
I didn't see any or hear any.
Dog tracks, maybe, right?
I'm
not aware of one.
Yeah, if there is, I didn't hear it. I guess we'll clear it and then just look for the items that we're looking for. Okay.
Oh, I see what they're doing. Okay. I was so confused because I was like, there's no way they got a search warrant for that house, which is true. They don't have a search warrant for the house. They have a search warrant for a seizure warrant for the phones. What they have is a potential location where the phones could be, and what they're going to do is you hear out there saying they're going to clear it. They're saying they're going to do a protective sweep because it's kind of a corollary to a Terry stop, but for a property. You can do an officer safety sweep. Like, you don't have to just go into a house, look for a phone. You can make sure that the house doesn't have people like hiding in it, and that's what they're saying. They're going to do a protective sweep when they get in, no matter how they get in, clear the home and get the items they want. Now I understand.
Nothing you I hope obstructed by someone in there.
Well, that certainly could be happening.
But we're purposely giving them all the opportunity to do this peacefully.
Sure.
Hopefully, who's ever in there. Oh, here we go. Comes and opens the door, or comes out.
Yep.
No.
I don't think she can just drop a phone because I think they have a warrant to find phones, like electronic devices. they have to state the items to be seized, but there's some degree of discretion to go find them.
We have the cameras, just haven't signed off on the policy yet.
Yeah.
Hooking up the cruises with all the.
Hi, sir. Yes, I'm Lieutenant
Don't
Tully,
forget
State
working, right?
Police. I'm Karen's father. I just want to tell you that you're on an open line. That was Attorney Yannetti, Jackson, and Little.
Okay.
Okay.
Just want you to be.
Yeah.
Our body camera's on as well, so you
Okay.
know. And attorney's on the line there, so my body camera's on, recording.
Okay. I'm going to open the door.
Yeah.
Okay.
Is anyone home, sir?
I believe my daughter's home. I check
Okay.
on her daily.
So, I mean, yeah. We saw her through the window.
Yeah.
We know that she's in there, but she obviously didn't open the door. So our number one...
She's in trauma.
I understand. So, well,
She's fearful.
I understand. Our number one concern is safety. So I don't want her to lash out against us.
No, she won't.
Pause. All right, we're going to watch this. So, first of all, back then, Brian Tully hadn't been moved out of his unit. Like, he was still in power. I'm going to watch Bill Reed's. That's correct, Troy J. Scott. And the timeline is 12:32 and 16 seconds is when John's phone stops moving, and the backup event happens on the Lexus. Karen connects to John's Wi-Fi by 12:36:47 or 12:36:57, somewhere around there. But that's just her. She's not at John's house. She's connecting to the Wi-Fi. She drives into his driveway, pulls into the garage. There's no recording of this. 17 of the 18 ring recordings between 12:37 and 5:07 a.m. that morning from John's house go missing. But anyway, she gets out of the car, and you can hear in the 12:37 voicemail her high heels clicking on the cement of John's, or her shoes clicking on the cement of John's garage. So she was in the garage, having just arrived home, calling John and yelling at him. That's the timeline for that.
No.
But I want to watch this interaction with Tully and her dad, because I want to watch Bill Reed's eyes the whole time. So hold on.
Hi, sir.
Yes, I'm Lieutenant
Don't forget
Tully,
working,
State
right?
Police. I'm Karen's father. I just want to tell you that you're on an open line. That was Attorney Yannetti, Jackson, and Little.
Okay.
Okay.
Just want you to be.
Yeah.
Our body camera's on as well, so you
Okay.
know. And attorney's on the line there, so my body camera's on, recording.
Okay. I'm going to open the door.
Yeah.
Okay.
Is anyone home, sir?
I believe my daughter's home. I check on
Okay.
her daily.
So, I mean, yeah. We saw her through the window.
Yeah.
We know that she's in there, but she obviously didn't open the door. So our number one...
She's in trauma.
I understand. So, well,
She's fearful.
I understand. Our number one concern is safety. So I don't want her to lash out against us.
No, she won't. No, she will not.
All right.
Okay. Then do you want to come in with us?
I do.
And call her out?
All right, so look at Bill Reed's body language. His chest is forward. It's not backwards. And his arm is extended towards them with the phone so the lawyers can hear everything. But he's not timid. He's not like backing down. He's used to talking to powerful people, and he looks them directly in the eye. Like, they're all like, he's powerful in his world, they're powerful in their world, and they're being diplomatic. They're all diplomats. But just look, like, he's not willing to just bow to them. Like, the energy there must be fucking intense, and he's just like, I'm a dude in a turtleneck. What you gonna do about it?
So she can come down?
Open this door and come through the garage door.
Okay, no,
Upstairs.
I know, I understand that, but normally we would clear this. If you're confident that we can go in with you,
There'll be
and
no
she'll come down.
incidents.
Okay.
My daughter is not.
I got that. Yeah, that's fine. That's why we waited for you, sir.
Yes. And you'll give me a copy of that search warrant?
I will.
He is entitled to a copy of it. Or actually, yes, he is entitled to a copy of it, because if you ask for it and they lie to you or they don't give it to you, you can use that against them.
Can I ask you all to just turn away while I put the code into this door?
Sure.
He doesn't
You
want
could
this
just
to know
go
the
face
code
off this way
smart.
while he puts the code in.
Alarm decided.
An audible one?
You want me to meet you at the front door? Or you want to come in?
No, we can go in this way with you.
Of course they want to go in there. He's giving, by the way, so there's an important case on this. It's Shekelsworth v. Bustamante. It's a very important case. He just gave consent. I don't know if he realizes what he's doing. They were going to come in and serve the warrant, but he just let them in. Okay, now they're in. Now we're not even taught, like, they're in. He gave consent, and it was voluntary, knowing, with lawyers on the phone. Like, he just let him in. I mean, they must have told him to do it. But, bro, I would, if I said to them, first of all, I would have gone to the front door. I would not have entered through the garage, because I wouldn't have given them the option. I would have been like, okay, we're at the door. Give me the warrant. Where do you want to go? Then they could start arguing with my lawyer who's on the phone about, like, they want to sweep the house, they want to get the phones. But I would not have just been like, I don't know who told him to do this. He's just consenting to them walking in.
Part of this is an audible alarm off inside.
Well, she has to flip. I couldn't get that.
Okay.
So we'll go through the front. I thought I.
Do you have a key in the front? The storm doors are locked.
I do. I'm motion to check this one out. We're gonna call it. Second floor.
Okay.
All right. Alan, I'm going to knock on the front door. Hopefully my door will let me in.
Somebody was smart enough to keep that bottom door locked. I think it was probably Karen. That is not how you do it. You go to the front door.
The garage door was locked.
They can't get the data she wipes from the phone, but they can find out when she wiped it.
Hang now. Careful on the stairs.
Karen is a very clean person, yes. Very neat. Her mind is like a spreadsheet. My mind is not. I am like a messy professor. Look at Einstein's desk when he goes out. It's just cluttered. Because, bro, I don't have the time to do my fucking desk. My desk is like my mind. It needs to be accessible at all times. I don't need to be clean. Clean, I hate clean. We're fucking clean. Emptiness. Why do I want that? But her mind probably works like a spreadsheet. So she's like, I like numbers, clean columns, easy to understand formulas. No, I like chaos.
Just sir, to be honest, if Karen doesn't come out soon, we have to make a forced entry into that door down there.
Should be.
Oh, here we go. Up behind you. Hi, Karen. My buddy came on and search warrant for the house. So there's certain things that we're looking for in the warrant. So if I don't want to go through your home, so if you want to just give them to us, that'd be easier. Otherwise, we would search the whole house. Okay. So we're looking.
If you could give me an idea, this is Alan. If you can give me an idea of what it is that you're looking for, maybe I can assist. We can avoid the ransacking.
Yep. Cell phones.
Okay. Easy enough. What else?
That's it.
Okay. Karen, you're not to say anything, but if you have any cell phones in the house, please direct Lieutenant Tully to the cell phone, your cell phone, and that's it.
You can stay with us if you want, sir.
Good. We'll stay here. Bye.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. You have the other one, John?
I have this one. I thought, is there a device here? Is this a cell phone? No.
No, well, you're not going to talk, and I understand that. That one on?
No.
Okay. Mr. Jackson, I think we're all set. Are you good?
Okay, thank you.
Unless you want to try the device.
All right. Hold on one sec.
No, it's reset.
Oh. Okay. All right, Mr. Jackson, we're all set. Yeah, I'm going to leave copies of search warrants.
Okay.
Thank you. So I'll leave them here. Sure. Okay. Thank you.
Good luck. We'll need it.
Did you move my car?
Yes. Careful.
We missed the key moment, which was right here.
Oh, yeah, hold on one second. No, well, you're not going to talk, and I understand that. That one on?
No.
Okay. Mr. Jackson, I think we're all set. Are you good?
Okay, thank you.
Unless you want to try the device.
All right. Hold on one second.
No, it's reset.
Oh. Okay. All right, Mr. Jackson, we're all set. Yeah, I'm going to leave copies of search warrants.
Okay.
Thank you. So I'll leave them here. Sure. Okay. Thank you.
Good luck. We'll need it.
Good luck, you'll need it.
Did you move my car?
Yes. Careful.
I'm just walking out with the officers, Attorney Jackson.
We're all set. Thank you.
Not a problem. Thanks a lot.
Guys all set? Good to deactivate?
Yep.
Careful. All right.
All right, so that's part one. Now, let's rewatch a very specific part. Let's watch the part when Tully realizes that it had been reset. And I'm going to turn the volume down because we're going to watch it at the slowest speed possible. Okay, so let's watch Karen's reaction. Let's watch Tully's reaction. Let's see if I can get this to HD. Hold on. It's at 720p because I didn't really need it in HD. But yeah, he put it in HD, of course. All right. So this is the moment. I'm going to slow the speed down. This is the moment where Tully realizes and Karen, well, when Tully realizes and Fanning realizes that the phone had been wiped or reset. And then let's watch Karen's reaction to it. It's kind of blurred out because Tully's holding his phone. And there's some like documents on the table or something. But this is the moment where Fanning's turning on the phone. All right. So there's Fanning showing him he's going to turn the screen on. And it's going to show the phone on the Apple screen, and then Fanning's going to say it's been reset. Look at Tully's eyes. Look at Karen's eyes. Look at Karen. That's the Now, I'll talk a little bit about my analysis of this, and then we'll see if there's a Kelsey press conference, and then we'll see where this goes. All right, let me just tell you straight up. They made some very, very bad tactical errors there, and they're not lawyers, they're cops. And it's fascinating. They're so hamstrung by the fact that they're not lawyers. It's kind like criminal defendants, in some sense, are actually really lucky that cops are not lawyers. Because, let me just tell you, if they had a lawyer there with them, a prosecutor, which I'm not sure if you can even do that, but if they had a prosecutor with them, any good prosecutor, I'm not a lawyer, this is not legal advice, any good prosecutor would be like, bro, you saw her moving around in there, you have exigent circumstance, go in the fucking house. Go in the house. Do not, the whole point. So here's where they fucked up. I don't know if they just don't know how this works. I don't even remember the exigent circumstance case. I'm trying to remember. It might have been like Kentucky v. Williams or something. I don't fucking remember. The point is, the exigent circumstance exception relies on you as a cop. Like, you have to prove it by probable cause. But all you have to assert under exigent circumstance is, bro, I thought they were destroying evidence. Like, you don't have to say, I thought she was flushing drugs. That just happens to be the case on point about exigent circumstances. They knocked, they announced, they had a seizure warrant. All they had to do was, like, by waiting 15 minutes, they fucked this whole case up. That's wrong procedurally. It is very, very, very bad police work. And, like, I don't know if they, like, overthought themselves and they were worried about the optics, but bro, that's not the point. The optics are not the point. It's, can you get the evidence in, notwithstanding the fact that you broke the door down. Nobody gives a fuck that you broke the door down. The question is, was she destroying evidence? You don't have to be right. You just have to have probable cause to believe she was in there destroying evidence. Okay, you can create the circumstance that causes her to destroy the evidence by knocking. If you're, oh my God. And the thing is, it's too late. They fucked this up already. Like, they fucked this up in so many regards. Like, I don't even think it's viable because, first of all, it's been 523 days. Second of all, the election is in like 9 months. Okay. Third of the primary. Then you have a lame duck prosecutor in there. Third of all, like, this whole thing is a clusterfuck. If you look at the underlying search warrant affidavit for this phone, it relies heavily on Natalie the German and Lindsay Gattani. Natalie for like 20 paragraphs, and then Lindsay from paragraphs like 72 through 84, pages like 29 through 32. All right, and the search warrant's only like 33 or something pages. Now, a lot of it is about Karen's communications with Aiden, okay? And now, after the fact, okay, Karen sends a text, okay? And this text has been out there forever, all right? Now, I'll show you, like, this is all interconnected. People are like, oh, like, no, like, there's no, like, Karen and Lindsay, like, what are you talking about? Like, first of all, Karen has known who Lindsay is this whole time. How do I know that? Well, I'll show you. All right, let me show you this text message. All right, it's a famous text. It's been around forever. All right, now show me. Now you tell me whether this text message is a very strong indication about the nature of this search. Okay, it's not just the search. Okay, it's the nature of the search. They didn't get one phone, they got two. How do I know that? All right, well, I got to find this infamous text. Ah, I found it. Oh, yes. You want to see a look inside the mind of Karen Reed? Let's do it. What's that, you may say? Grant, is that a text message involving Karen Reed? Yes, it is. It is Karen Reed on March 3rd, okay, right after Aiden Carney gets out of jail. Okay, and I'm going to read this to you. All right. Now, we don't know what the person sent to Karen at 9:45 a.m., but we know that they say this back. Yeah, the J. Roberts stuff is insane. Okay, now this is Joe Warren. He was at every hearing from the jump, way too invested. I remember he asked Natalie, Wee-Wiki Berkshire, to ask me to save him a seat, and I said I couldn't. Then Natalie asked me to ask my parents. Like, this isn't a pep rally. We are overwhelmed on hearing days and can't save random strangers a seat. The courtroom is hostile as it is. I know Jay and Natalie were annoyed when I said no. What a weirdo Jay is. Now, here is the explosive part. Aiden is a risk. I have been so careful to lay low, and he blows it all up. Last month, they took my phone, and I've had for 2 years. Oh, so it was one phone for 2 years. It had tons on it. And that's all from the Lindsay mess. I can't expose myself to that anymore. So they only got one phone, and I thought they got two. She's saying it had tons on it in the past tense because there's nothing on it anymore. But, wow. I mean, this tells you all you need to know. Like, not only was she worried about those phones, Karen, she blamed Lindsay for the phones, like, being taken. Now, I'm going to play you a video, all right? And we'll watch this because I think a lot of you may not understand the tactics Brian Tully used to get this search warrant affidavit. Now, I'll show you the search warrant affidavit, all right? Let me find it for you. Where is it here? I have it somewhere. Hold on. I want to see if there's a Kelsey press conference as well, so keep me updated as to whether or not we see Kelsey walking free from court. But also, I want to show you this document, all right? It's the KR search warrant affidavit, all right? And I think I have it here. Yeah, I do. All right, so let me show this to you, okay? I've had this thing forever. I want to download it, though. I don't want to open it. I want to download it. Where's the damn download? Oh, there it is. They changed how Google works now. The Google PDF reader is really good now, but they changed where the download button is, and I don't adapt well to changes. You can't just change how the GUI works and expect me to understand. I've memorized where those buttons are. All right, so the point is, I'm going to bring this up for you. Why? Because you need to understand what Brian Tully was trying to accomplish if you're going to understand why he treated Lindsay the way he did about her phone. So this is the search warrant. All right? That's it. This is the actual document. And you might be saying to yourself, oh my goodness, how did you get that? Well, it's public. I forget where it was filed originally. I think somebody leaked it online. I want to say I had reason to believe it was Kate. But then it got published as part of an exhibit in Karen's criminal case or something. I'm pretty sure, because then the O'Keefe family referenced it and cited to its publication. No, see, it was two phones. I knew it. I knew it. I knew it. I knew it. It was two phones. An Apple iPhone purple with green case and an Apple iPhone white with clear case. How did I know? Because I've read this search warrant before. Now, the search warrant was issued on January 22nd of 2024, and it wasn't served until January 24th. So they waited 2 days after they got it signed. And they served it at 14:45. Lieutenant Tully signed it. Now, that was the inventory of the search, okay? It was... All right, let me see. Here's the actual warrant. You got to study the warrant. Is intended for use or has been used by means of committing a crime, is evidence of a crime, or is evidence of criminal activity. You're therefore commanded within a reasonable time and no later than 7 days from the warrant to search for the following property. Any mobile device capable of communicating and cell phones used by Karen Reed. Note, seizure only, no search of data as outlined in affidavit. The data on any cell phone seized may be copied, provided no search of that data will be done absent further warrant or order of the court. All right? And then on this person or in the possession of, you are not also authorized to conduct the search during the night. You are not also authorized to enter the premises without announcement. You are not also commanded to search any person present who may be found to have any such property in their possession or control to whom such property may have been delivered. You are further commanded, if you find such property or any part thereof, to bring it, and when appropriate, the persons in whose possession is found before the Norfolk Division of the Superior Court. All right. So they were, yeah, I guess they were probably allowed to enter the property. Now, if she had given it to her dad, they couldn't have taken it or searched him. All right, so this is the affidavit, all right? Now, the reason why I'm bringing up the affidavit is you have to understand the affidavit to understand what Tully was trying to do. Tully, his friend is Jen McCabe, okay? They talked directly. Like, Jen's weird about it, I guess. Like, I don't know. That's what I understand. And Tully writes this whole thing. The actual argument is that Turtle Boy was writing 259 articles about Jen McCabe and the Alberts. Okay, most of it is about that. Then they talk about Kearney goes to D&E Pizza one time. Then they talk about how Kearney posts YouTube shows. Then they talk about Kearney leaving a voicemail asking for comment. Then Kearney calls Colin and leaves a voicemail. And then apparently this impacts them, and then they it keeps going. He's still doing this. And then they're mostly citing to YouTube broadcasts. You can see that's why Bettero has fashioned a First Amendment argument by making this about most of it's about what he was writing. A few voicemails, what do you have here? 4 voicemails, a couple trips to D&E, and then what they really bang him on is, what is it? It's the rolling rally. Okay, him now. If you look at Skokie, all right, if you look at the Skokie case, I'm not a lawyer. This is not legal advice, dude. I don't agree with this, and I don't understand why this is the law. But the Supreme Court has said if you want to have a really extremist march down the middle of Skokie's main road and do horrifying symbols, I'm talking the people we fought in World War II to make sure they're not around anymore. If you want to walk down the street with those symbols and terrify people, forget about the impact of yelling at you with a bullhorn. You apparently can do it. All right. I don't understand. I don't really get it. I understand there's limits, time, place, and manner restrictions. And that's the argument, that because you can limit when they can do it, how long they can march, the route of the procession, that's enough. But I really don't get the argument about it. But that's the law, okay? The law is the law. We do not take qualms with the law. It is what it is. And it says that if you want to march down Main Street in Skokie with a horrifying symbol on a flag and tell people, in political messaging that, you want to support the people we defeated in World War II, apparently you can do that. So if we allow that, whether you agree with that as being okay or not, in comparison, what can you possibly do by protesting and walking down the middle of a road that is worse than that? I get that their argument here is that the distinction is maybe okay, in Skokie, this, they didn't argue this, but in Skokie, they're walking down the street, speaking very horrifying things that people of a specific group might see, but they're not marching at someone's business. Now, to counter that, you control the parade route, the organizers. So who's to say that the crazy people in Skokie who wanted to march down the street with the flags of the people we defeated in World War II didn't intend their parade to go past a Jewish business? They probably did, in fact. So even that, and again, I'm only talking about what the context is of the law. I'm not a lawyer. This is not legal advice, but that is the case law. You want to go read about it? It's horrifying, but that's the case law. So how can I say, in line with that, how can I be consistent and say, that's the way we treat those crazy people in Skokie who want to do that, and therefore you can't march down a road with a bullhorn? Frankly, I never felt comfortable, and I still don't, with just the principle of a rally, even if it's a rolling rally, being beyond the remit of the First Amendment. I think it's kind of pushing it. All right. But I think it's kind of beyond the remit of what the courts should be involved with. If you do it more than once, if it becomes whatever, but how is it any different than going to the mayor's house and in Boston and protesting? Now, the argument here, a lot of the argument is about the rolling rally, okay? About things said during the rolling rally. You can tell Tully's really intent on going to bat for Jen McCabe. She just wanted to feel someone was doing something about this. You know what I mean? So if you read this, it's a lot of people who are close to Jen McCabe and Tully, like getting like this, like it's 62 pages if it were double space. It's 31 pages single space. Like he's going all out. Like he's only trying to get probable cause, like to get her phones. And he's writing about like everything he ever did to them. Now, the incidents, let me see here. So there's one incident he references about the lacrosse game. I don't know where it is. He probably put it up in the beginning. So there is one point where he goes to a lacrosse game. All right. And that's probably out of everything in there, the one thing, and this isn't even Aiden's indictment. This is just what they're arguing Aiden did with like in the orbit of Karen, that is like evidence of criminal activity. The one thing in there that they might have is him going to the lacrosse game. But like, even that, like, I mean, I don't know, like it was like uncouth and not traditional doorstop journalism, but like, you know, and maybe like catch her like walking out of the lacrosse game into the lacrosse game. He did it in the stands. So that's the only thing, like if Karen and him had communication about that, that's the only thing that even approached like concern in any of this. And that was his whole argument. So now this is on page 16 of 31 where Tully starts talking about what Carney was doing by talking to Natalie and Karen, and Natalie found the case through Jen Altman, and then Karen and Aiden were using Natalie as an intermediary. Now, the other thing that comes up is there's this thing that happens. Where is it here? Hold on. Like, it's mostly like about Karen and Aiden talking about PR, etc., etc. And then there's one weird thing happens, all right? It's like they start talking about like the U.S. attorney and things like that, but there's one weird thing that happens. And I'll show you it. It's like, it's in this part, all right? Where is it? Where is it? Not that part. He denies speaking to Karen. Never met Karen Reed. Oh, right. So it's the first time they talk. Where's the part about David Yannetti and Aiden talking? Hold on. This part is like very specific. Where is it now? It's like they start talking about like phone calls, and where is it? All right. Nope, that's the Lindsay. Oh, actually, this might be it. Okay. So this is where we find out that Carney and Karen had 189 phone calls and that they talked for 40 hours. So, and then the calls started increasing after Natalie and Karen had a falling out, and they continued through the fall and winter. The last call occurred on December 21st, 2023. A check of the phone records for David from Carney's phone, which I'm not. Oh, right. They searched two of his phones, revealed that he called David Yannetti and Alan Jackson. He called David Yannetti's phone 29 times, including 9 times from April 20th to May 2nd of 2023. And then Alan Jackson, he called 29 times. Kearney has 2 phones, apparently. 3 times from April 20th to May 1st. So then they move forward to like Aiden getting arrested on October 3rd. On October 10th, originally goes to Stoughton District Court. And then they say like Jackson tried to call Natalie on the 12th of October. She never returned the call. On December 20th, now remember this timeline. On the 20th of December, Aiden gets indicted. That's when the indictments come down for binding over the Stoughton case to Norfolk Superior Court. Now, Tully says in December of 2023, he communicated and interviewed a witness, which is Lindsay, relative to ongoing conspiracy to intimidate witnesses of the Commonwealth v. Reed case. This is the proof that Lindsay is a witness for the purposes. Oh my God. I knew it. This is Aiden's argument. You're welcome, Betterow and Aiden. You are welcome indeed. All right. All you Turtle Boy fans, you can send Tal some Christmas donations if you want. I haven't even done a dono read, but I just helped your boy out without even realizing it. You're welcome. You know what? Only because they released Lindsay's phone extraction and because Kate Peters sucks. I'm doing this. I'm helping your boy out, all right? Don't say I never did anything nice for fucking Turtle Boy. There's your argument for Cosgrove's disqualification on the 2023 indictments. Game over. I dropped my donation links in the chat. Oh, no, I broke the first link. Let me delete that one. Sorry if you're trying to use the last one. If you want to show Tal some love for these interesting streams, the Cash App's Grant Smith Ellis, money sign Grant Smith Ellis, Venmo's at Granny1, paypal.me/Grant Ellis. I think I'm only down $184 as of right now. I'm sure that's going to cause problems for me, but I'll get there. Anyway, the point, most people would not be like, I have a negative net worth. Fuck it. Well, you know what? That's what you got to do sometimes. But anyway, all you Turtle Riders are going to be thrilled by this because this line screws Tully. Absolutely screws Cosgrove and Tully. So I got to write it up. You know why I got to write it up? Because you got to flex on the bastards sometimes. You know what I'm saying? You just got to flex on the bastards and be like, you are not Towel. Nope, you are not Towel. I am a towel. Now, a lot of you are towels, but that doesn't mean anyone is actually Towel. All right, so what do I got to do here? Where's this video I posted? Oh, yeah, we're going to watch that video. But yes. Oh, what's this? Brian Tully himself labeled Lindsay Gattani a witness in the 2023 indictments, in the 2023 Dr. Turtle Boy, he's going to want to be tagged in this, indictments related to conspiracy to intimidate witnesses of the Commonwealth v. Reed, Karen Reed case. Well then, there goes Robert Cosgrove's argument against recusal in those cases. All right, don't say I never did anything nice. It wasn't on purpose. I was just doing my little towel thing, you know. You watch, this argument's going to pop up in one of Bettero's motions. I already know it. Why? Because you don't have to actually talk to me if you just listen to what I'm saying on streams, apparently. I find myself hilarious. Grant, people be like, Grant, that's an astonishing insight. Yeah, well, I think it's hilarious. Oh, well, you're a little odd. I know, that's the best part of this. Who else is going to uncover things like that and you be like, oh, goodness. You know what I'm saying? Just so you all understand why this is a big deal, by Tully saying this, he's in essence undermining Cosgrove's argument to stay on the 2023 indictments. I don't even think Cosgrove remembered, because this is Tully's affidavit for the search of Karen Reed's cell phone. So you really, you'd have to not only have read it, but you'd have to remember in paragraph 75, there's that specific line where Tully labels Lindsay Gattani a witness in the 2023 indictments, because now Cosgrove is going to have a tough time saying that even if the state doesn't call Lindsay, she's not a state witness, when obviously she was a state witness, and now he's just going to try to not call her, which undermines his argument against being recused. There you go. But what Cosgrove will do on the way out, in my opinion, is he'll file a motion to have Bettero removed on the basis that the state's going to call Bettero, just like Brennan threatened to call Jackson, Little, and Yannetti. Cosgrove, before he gets removed, will threaten to call Bettero, so Bettero has to be recused because Bettero will have to defend why he was talking to Aiden in a text message that Meredith apparently leaked about Aiden running an alt account. An alt account, like, I don't even want to get into the details. The point is, like, Cosgrove's going to lose that withdrawal argument. He has to recuse. He already recused from the other ones. He made his own argument for why he has to recuse. And now he's going to be cornered because his primary argument for staying on the 2023 cases was that Lindsay wasn't a witness. Tully called Lindsay a witness in the search warrant affidavit for Karen Reed's phone, specifically paragraph 75. He refers to her as Jane. Her name's Lindsay Catani. And in turn, Cosgrove's argument to not be removed from those cases is undermined, probably fatally. And Cosgrove announced that if he gets removed from those cases, they're just going to give up on the 2025 indictments related to the pizza shop window, which tells me this case is on life support. And I don't think there's anyone else who will prosecute it. And the Norfolk DA can't prosecute it because they're recused. And when they tried to do a green sheet plea deal with Kate Peter in Dedham District Court on her felony WI charges related to Lauren Murray, the judge with District Court was like, no, I am not letting you do a plea deal with someone who you might have a conflict with. So the Norfolk DA is already recused in the Kearney case. They can't prosecute it. They're never going to find another special prosecutor. It's just a question of, like, they're going to throw everything in the kitchen sink at Aiden and Karen right now. One, to divide Aiden and Karen and fracture them two. Like, they don't want them two aligned right now. And then two, they're going to throw everything they can. It's all going to come right now from the Norfolk DA at Karen and Aiden. It's whether it's going to be in New Jersey or some combination of Massachusetts and New Jersey. They're going to take out his allies. That's why somebody apparently forged a screenshot of Auntie Deb, Jimmy, sending a revenge porn image of some girl who sent her pictures to Aiden, and then it popped up on a smartwatch that Meredith bought for Aiden, and then Meredith got a picture of it, got mad about it at a bar, took a picture of it, sent it around, and then tried to frame Jimmy, from what I understand. And then somehow in all of this, like, I don't really understand what's going on with Joe Flipperhead and all of that, but somehow Jimmy got himself in a whole world of shit with Joe Flipperhead, and I think it's because Joe Flipperhead was initially working with Karen to try to hurt Aiden when he released the initial messages about Aiden recording Karen, and then Flipperhead realized that Karen might have been playing him, so he went back to Aiden, and then when he went back to Aiden, Karen's people started taking out Flipperhead's people, okay? And the whole goal here is, I think Karen's trying to pick off Aiden's public support, and the only reason I can think she might be doing that is because Karen thinks Aiden's going to do something that he feels requires a lot of public support, like cooperating against her. But neither of them need to cooperate against either of them, of each other, if in fact all these cases are compromised, because fundamentally Brian Tully, Jen McCabe, Robert Cosgrove, and the Norfolk DA don't know what they're doing. Well, there you go. Then you just got to weed through the minefield, avoid any chaos for the next few months, and then get to this argument. And by the way, this is the recusal argument is notwithstanding, even in my opinion, whether Lindsay's suing Cosgrove. It fundamentally comes down to the fact that Cosgrove's conflicted because he was intentionally treating Lindsay with, like, very maliciously, as opposed to the kid gloves he was using to handle Jen McCabe and her friends, who were the other witnesses. That's why Lindsay had a different victim's witness advocate. That's why Pam Friedman, the victim's witness advocate, had known Tully for like 20 years. That's the argument for the conflict. It's that Cosgrove, in my opinion, abused his position to favor certain witnesses and, worse, torment others and potentially facilitate, while Ken Mello was in the hospital, Brian Tully's release of Lindsay's unredacted phone extraction in April of 2024. Yes, and so what I really think is happening is that, so you got to look at it from two different perspectives. There's something clearly that's not being talked about very openly in public, all right? And I think that that has to do with Sandra Birchmore's murder, okay, and the cover-up thereof. That implicates Brian Tully's state police unit. I'm sorry, it does. And in turn, and the Norfolk DA. In turn, that explains, I think, a little bit why people call them the House defendants. That's not the way to think of them. They want you, in my opinion, It benefits Jen McCabe and Kerry Roberts and all of them if you're talking about what they were doing between like 12:30 and 6:30 on January 29, 2022. Some of that time period is relevant, but it has nothing to do with John O'Keefe's death. It only has to do with John O'Keefe's death to the extent that they potentially did not report it because of what they were doing in the house, unrelated to what was going on with Karen and John outside of the house. That's my opinion. They're thrilled that you want to talk about, in my opinion, the Google search and Chloe the dog and whatever. As much as they're, in my opinion, fiending that it pisses them off, no. That's part of this narrative because it helps them. If you don't ask questions about what's really going on, they are the Canton aristocracy. And I'm using that term loosely. I don't really want to talk about who these people are. I know who they are. That's why they're a little pissed at me. I don't know. All I did was go down D&E. I just wanted to talk to Colin and Chris Albert. I'm autistic. I don't have any fucking ulterior motives, bro. I just wanted to talk to them. Okay, well, you make the choice to come down there, all right, you certain people, and just do things. I'm clearly going to fucking figure it out, okay? I'm not a moron. So they're worried because they know that I know what's up with that fucking town. And then they're like, okay, Grant is very connected in the government. He clearly covers every sector of the government. They read him, they watch him. He clearly, like, he doesn't have friends. People in the government that he covers come to love him, and then they're like, don't fuck with Grant. That's what happens, okay? And then the government is well aware of that, okay? And so you have this problem where I'm onto this group who originally had my support and then lost it because some of the people who they know did bad things to someone I care about, and they knew if push came to shove I was going to side with Lindsay, and I was like, fuck all you people. So we have a situation here where this is the Canton aristocracy. Their connections to each other predate John O'Keefe's death. It has nothing to do with John O'Keefe's death. It is social circles of influence. It is Jen McCabe knowing Brian Tully. It's Brian Tully knowing John Fanning. It's Brian Tully knowing Nick Carino. It's Michael Morrissey knowing half the state. And, by the way, I've talked to people. It's not Michael Morrissey, that's the problem. It's the people around him. He just kind of goes along to get along. That's what my people have told me. I trust my people. Needless to say, I think, therefore, what you had was like, Tully was running that fucking county, then his unit, the DA was like answerable to them. Like, look how they treat Lally and stuff. They don't look at DAs as the boss. They look at the MSP unit because they were embedded, and there for like 20 years, some of them, they were in charge. They weren't accountable, and they were running amok. They were worried Karen and Alan were going to draw attention to this case, and Turtle Boy, so they brought in Kate Peter it looked like Kate Peter was like going at Karen and like really upset about the attacks on the witnesses. I think what she was really doing was focusing the attacks on for two specific purposes. One, ideally, Kate Peter did not want these witnesses that she knew and Tully knew to be attacked, Jen McCabe, etc. So Kate did two things. First, she spread a rumor under the auspices of trolling Turtle Boy that Chris Albert and Colin Albert were selling drugs. When that didn't really deflect any attention from Jen McCabe and others, I think that's when Lindsay got Kate involved unwittingly as a honeypot. Kate Peter was like, oh, what if the public comes to focus on Lindsay Catani? That's where the idea to leak the phone extraction came about. But as a backup plan, if the public was going to focus on Kerry Roberts and Jen McCabe and all those connected witnesses, then Kate wanted them talking about the Google search, Chloe, anything but Sandra Birchmore's murder, the cover-up thereof, Tully talking to Jen, Tully talking to Kate, Kate talking to Morrissey, etc., etc., etc. All right? And it runs even deeper with Proctor's connections. These people they knew from the very beginning what this could become, and they were really worried it was going to go down the path it's going down now. Well, fuck you. You cannot control history. That's fucking ludicrous. If Whitey couldn't do it, you can't do it. And the harder you push, the harder fate pushes back. Like, the laws of nature are bigger than just physical particles, clearly. And equal and opposite reactions also manifest by virtue of, like, the outcome of historical events. That's what Hegel was getting at with the dialectic. Anyway, my point in all this is that this all spun off the fact that, one, Robert Cosgrove is not going to be able to avoid getting removed from this case because of what Brian Tully said in Karen Reed's search warrant affidavit, and two, these people have nothing to do with John O'Keefe's death fundamentally. They may have all been around at that time, but their relationship is so deep, and if you don't miss the forest through the trees, because if you do, you will miss out on what is a bombshell series of revelations. Now, you want to see what is a very, very interesting section of this affidavit about Brian Tully? Let's read paragraph 81. Catani stated that she was told by Carney that Reed's attorneys were working with the U.S. Attorney's Office, specifically acting U.S. Attorney for the District of Massachusetts, Josh Levy. Carney would talk a lot about the federal grand jury and Levy with Catani. Catani stated Karen Reed was interviewed by federal law enforcement. Catani also shared other comments Carney learned from Reed that are corroborated by other information known to this affiant. Do you know what question Brian Tully asked right there? Who are the targets of the federal investigation? Do you know what Lindsay said? We're about to hear it, by the way. Lindsay said, Michael Morrissey and your state police unit. Merry Christmas indeed. And so you, to you, Betty Babel, and you might be saying to yourself, that is a big deal. Why would he keep that out of the, why would Brian Tully keep that out of the document? Well, you want to see something else that Brian Tully knew about, because this is Exhibit O to this search warrant affidavit, although we don't actually get it in the document. I don't know. Somebody posted it. I think it might have been Kate. I'm pretty sure she used an alt account to post this search warrant affidavit in a form that's not on the docket, because there's no reason anyone should have Exhibit O. So I don't know where Exhibit O came from. I think it was like a flipbook website that somebody uploaded the original PDF to, and it had exhibits. I don't actually know where the initial Exhibit O came from. All I know is I wasn't actually the one who put it up originally, because it has this like yellow highlighting on it that's very indicative of how, like, not just Kate, but like Carrie Lama, some of the other ones, like when they post screenshots, like her people, they tend to do it with that yellow highlighting. So I'm looking for a very specific document. If I can't find it, I'll just go get it off my Twitter. However, I probably have it in my download history somewhere, so I bet I can find it. Now, what this exhibit is going to show you is something quite interesting, because it tells us it actually was a very early preview of what I think they did to Michael Proctor. And you might be saying to yourself, no way. Like, no way was it a setup. Yes, it was. What they did to Michael Proctor was a setup. Do you want to know why? Do you want to hear a really interesting... Morrissey's last day in office, if he doesn't run again, will be January 2027. You want to hear a really interesting conversation between Lindsay Catani and Aidan Carney? Now, this conversation was an exhibit to Karen Reed's search warrant affidavit, and it states as follows. Aidan to Lindsay, November 28, 2023. So Tully would have known about this when he was asking Lindsay questions. I found out some information on the way home about the feds that I will not be making public. Questions have been asked. Lindsay says, really? Lindsay says, good or bad? This must be from Aidan's phone extraction. Oh my God, it is. Whoa. For so long, I couldn't tell whose phone this came from, and now I get it. It says sent because Aidan's the one who sent it, and on Lindsay's messages it says read, SMS incoming. This is from Aidan's phone extraction. Oh, Tully had this from the jump. Oh, that's why they wanted to go through those fucking phones. Oh no. It was never Lindsay. Oh my God. 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 Oh no. When did Tully go through those phones for the first time? It had to have been before January of 2024. That's the only way he could have attached this as Exhibit O. Oh my fuck. If he went through those phones, when did he get them? It had to have been after November the 28th. Whenever Tully got Aiden's phones, Tully put all this together. He didn't want to search those phones about Karen, per se. He wanted to find out what Aiden knew about the federal investigation. And he found it right here. Whoa. And then he used Aiden. That's what he didn't say in the affidavit. He used Aiden's phone that he got from Aiden against Karen. It was never Lindsay. I mean, it was Lindsay to the extent she told Tully things and when she was interviewed and subpoenaed. But that's not where Tully got the idea. Oh, this is fucked up. This is really fucked up. He went through 2 of Aiden's phones before they stopped searching. And Tully came up with this idea, I'm pretty sure, from this exchange and others that he was reading. Oh no. That's concerning. I thought this was Lindsay's extraction this whole time. Which would make sense, because Tully had Lindsay's extraction. No, this is Aiden's phone. Yeah, I don't know. Oh, thank you, Sticky Doll. Sticky Doll says, hit the like button, folks. I'm new to your channel, Grant, and I'm really enjoying your content. Well, thank you, Sticky Doll. We do a lot of review here. We keep going through information. What is not new to me may be new to you. So if everybody learns, I'm a happy little towel. Now, that doesn't mean I'm a flourishing little towel, but God help us all, I'm still doing it. You can tell, like, I don't care about money, like, whatever. Like, I don't really do it for that reason. All I want to do is help people. Like, even if I have to, like, suffer for it, even if I, like, lose money, I just want people to learn. So if you're learning, I'm happy. And you got a towel wrench, so that's wonderful. Oh, so, Troy says, Sticky Doll, you stumbled on a great host. Pull up a chair and Grant will make you smart on all this nonsense. Oh, thanks, Troy. I appreciate you, and I'm doing my best. Now, what we're doing here is this is Exhibit O to the search warrant affidavit for Karen Reed's phones. Why are we saying this? Why are we watching this? Well, because LTL released last night the first of 4 videos related to the search of Karen's phones. Bughouse says, great job, Grant. You have a good soul. Oh, thank you. Sticky Doll says, woot woot. I love it very much. So the reason why we're looking at this is because we just watched the actual service of the search warrant, and this is the underlying information that was used to get it. Now we're splintering off into 2 other things, actually. One, it is absolutely incredible to me that this came from Aiden Carney's phone. I thought, and I know I'm like kind of oblivious, but like my one job is to read documents and understand them. Come on, Grant, why are you so dumb? But this is from Aiden's phone, and it is an extraction with a read report. Okay, now I get it. All the approaches to Lindsay. Aiden is the main witness against Karen. When are you all going to figure this out? Whether he wants to cooperate or not, I don't know. Whether they get him to do it, I don't know. He's the main witness because of what was on his phone. And nobody's really put it together yet. They got to figure this out. I don't know what the hell they're going to do. I don't want to see this state police unit, because Kate Peter figured out how to divide and conquer the Free Karen Reed movement along Turtle Boy, anti-Turtle Boy lines, get away with this. I just don't want to see it happen because of the video I'm about to play you next. So can we all, I don't know, figure out a way to do something about this? I've laid it out as clear as day. Like, very clear. Tully got Aiden's phone. I got to figure out the exact timeline of when he started looking at them. He got Aiden's phones. And when he got Aiden's phones, he found this exchange. He found a lot of things. Probably one of the things he found was fucking wild. This explains why Jen McCabe, I think, also really hates Lindsay. If you listen to Lindsay describe the first time she met Jen McCabe, or talked to her on the phone, Jen was like, you should be sorry. Like, if you were really sorry for dating Aiden, you would testify against him. Like, what the fuck? But anyway, it's because of this. So before any of this shit in December goes down, I think Tully figures out that in November, late November of 2023, this exchange happened. Aiden says to Lindsay, yes. Lindsay asks him if the information about the feds was good or bad. Aiden says, yes. They requested a conference call over the weekend. Josh Levy himself asking questions like, is there any chance the trial date could be delayed? Now, that didn't end up happening. Only one reason to ask that. Levy was asking for, I'm adding Levy was asking for all communications with the DA's office. So between Karen's legal team and the DA's office. Levy was asking for Jen McCabe's cell phone records to be sent to the federal government, I'm adding to the federal government, as soon as Karen's defense team gets them. Keep in mind, the feds likely have phone records already, so they may want to see them because they suspect whoever hands them over to the defense will delete things that won't match up with the records the feds have. Ladies and gentlemen, after reading all those sidebars about Jen McCabe's phone records, do you now realize the feds had Jen McCabe's phone records the whole time, and they were laying a trap to see if she'd withhold anything? That is exactly what happened to Michael Proctor after the Karen Reed case. He said in the Miles King case and the other related cases, his old phone was gone in November 2024. His new phone auto-deletes every 30 days. And then 60 days later, after Proctor files that in July or August of 2025, Proctor withdraws his appeal. His whole phone somehow magically appears at the Norfolk DA's office, gets extracted, and all hell breaks loose. Nope, it was an obstruction trap. 100. No, Sticky Doll, you stay here all you like. This is a channel where all opinions are welcome. We have the only rules we have are no being discriminatory, no being derogatory, no sea lioning, no gaslighting, and no Kate Peters. Those are the primary rules. And then also we just try to disagree without being disagreeable. And we police ourselves for the most part. We try not to make people feel unwelcome. No group owns this space because I don't belong to a group. I'm just a little towel. However, generally, we all have similar ideas about don't go after kids, leave the civilians out of it, don't mess with people who are not involved. That's how I try to do it. All right, you get yourself involved and you end up on my radar because I have to understand what you're doing. That's a different story. But no innocence. No innocence. So that what I mean is no collateral damage is accepted on this channel. I try very hard to make sure only the people who I think are really doing bad things are subject to the focus of my coverage. So it could be an accident. I've always believed it was an accident and that Karen was overcharged. But, we'll never know. I don't think, civil case notwithstanding, I don't think we will ever, ever, ever know. But I want to show you this video, okay? Because you don't need to hear it from me, from some of you who might be new to the channel. I want you to hear Lindsay Gattani, in her own words, tell you what it was like when Brian Tully took a 15-year extraction of her cell phone and then removed only messages from Kate Peter to Lindsay and from Tully to Lindsay, along with an audio recording of Leah Genduso, who we call Bathtub, and you'll learn all about. It's a crazy story. It involves packaging drugs and then somehow becoming a state trooper and then dating the third in command in the state police and then getting exposed by Aiden Carney. It's very wild. And then somehow Bathtub knows Kate Peter. It just gets more wild. I want you to listen to this because I think this is the best way to appropriately put into context just how bad this got. I can't do it, nor do I think my words could ever do justice to what Lindsay experienced. I saw some of it with my own eyes. That's why I became so passionate about this. I could apply this brain to any number of things. I applied it to what was going on with Lindsay because that was egregious. I've never, outside of covering the CCC and some of the stuff that went on there, which was, by the way, the creation of a new multi-billion-dollar market. So you got to expect a little bit of chaos. All right, literally a new market, billions of dollars. Cannabis Control Commission in Massachusetts. But like there, I was like, yeah, well, billions of dollars, bro. Like, of course. Here, I was like, I think the police do good work. I met some of the troopers on the detail at the buffer zone. They used to ask me like about different statutes every day. They'd be like, Grant, tell us a statute today. And I'd be like, okay. And then just start rattling them off. They'd be like, that's very interesting. I'd be like, I do think it's very interesting. But anyway, I think they, on the whole, like I was very kind of like, okay, it's not a money business. Like, law enforcement is not a money business, so people who do it must do it for honor. Oh, no, this has completely made me realize, I knew it kind of before, but it's not, like, I thought the CIA, the NSA, Defense Intelligence, Army Intelligence, Air Force Intelligence, I thought that shit was where you, like, play dirty. Like, everybody involved in that world understands, like, you're playing dirty, so you can play dirty. I didn't know they did it on the state police level, the local police level. It's really like intel tactics that got me so pissed off. Because you want, like, rules of engagement, motherfucker. No civilians. And so, anyway, I'm ranting. Listen to Lindsay. She explains it better than I.
Grant has told the story a bunch of times about when my phone extraction was released, and he was there with me when it happened. And he told his version, like, we haven't spoke about this together. Like, I mean, I think Grant, like, you were, I mean, yeah, if you can imagine 15 years of your life, like every intimate, not just your own life, but like, and when I tell you, like, when you think of a phone nowadays, it's like more intimate than somebody's like diary. It's like, you know, I had everything on there, everything. My kids' medical records, my medical records, my communications with attorneys that are supposed to be privileged, like anything you can imagine, like pictures, you know, videos of me giving birth to all my kids, like anything, private conversations, emails, kids, like my kids' emails from there, everything you could imagine. And Grant was with me in that moment. And I literally collapsed to the ground, and he was the one, you know, helping me through that moment. Like, he witnessed that firsthand, and I think it traumatized him in a way. Like, I will never be able to describe to anybody, like, whatever you think of me, like, set those feelings aside. Whatever things you think that you've heard about me, set that aside, and just picture a person, like anybody, this happening to any random person. And what that must be like in that moment, finding out like live on air, like with everybody, the rest of the world, that the person that does this for a living, that puts shit out there for a living, like, and this is no like shade to Aiden right now. I'm just trying to like, you know, conceptualize this for everybody, like getting a hold of the person who the Mass State Police like set, like, you know, assigned as your arch nemesis, like the one that they, like, you know, I'm the one that they attributed to him going to jail for, like, and he gets a hold of my entire cell phone for 15 years. And I mean, when I tell you, like, I collapsed to the ground, like my legs gave out like jello, like I there's nothing to compare it to. And Grant was there for that moment. And, you know, he was selfless in the fact, like, he didn't care about missing his final. He didn't care about anything else in that moment, other than like seeing that, like, I couldn't be alone. Like, I was a distraught mess. And like, you know, whoever wants to argue about what happened after the fact, the bottom line is that like Brian Tully did this on purpose. And I have proof of this. Okay. There's things that haven't come out yet. There are people that are speaking up that behind the scenes, like big players in this, that are giving statements that are letting me know that this was done intentionally.
Yeah, can we talk about what wasn't on that phone extraction, Lindsay? Because, and by the way, sorry, I had to drink more caffeine. You all stay up a little late. I get up at 3 a.m. I promise you I will get the second win.
Go to bed very early, so I can attest to that, yeah.
But I will stay up for, first of all, I'll stay up for Ray any day. And with Lindsay here, of course, I'm going to catch a second win. But Lindsay, can we talk about what was removed from your cell phone extraction before it was released. Is that not the smoking gun? Some messages from Tully to you removed, or excuse me, some messages from Kate to you removed, and then an audio that Leo Genduso sent you?
Yeah, that's where a lot of confusion comes in, because the night that Aiden came to my apartment, everybody has heard this story where I didn't know he was going to go through my phone. I went to the bathroom. I said I was deleting all my messages with Tully. So yes, I did delete my messages with Tully that night, my text messages with him that night. But I continued to speak to Tully after that night. Okay, so that's what a lot.
Okay, pause. We are going to come back to Lindsay's story, but Law Girls is live outside the courtroom in Salem, Essex Superior Court. So let me just go over to their Twitter. Law Girls Not Attorney might have a press conference for us after Kelsey Fitzsimmons was released, ladies and gentlemen. Taking a look right now. I'm jumping over. All right, let's see if we got the press conference. Yes, it's starting right now. Yeah, all right. It was 9 minutes long, and it just finished up. It started at 4:04. I have the full press conference for you right now. Let me retweet it. I just brought it up on your screen. So this is going to be the moment that Kelsey Fitzsimmons walked out of court, ladies and gentlemen. Let's watch it together.
She's healed enough that she can pass this reading test. Here's the hearing.
Media is definitely there.
Hey, not that I don't want to see you, but where's Kelsey?
Yeah, she's on her way. We thought we'd come down and give you our statements, and she'll be down and talk to you. She is getting out. We want to make that clear. Just briefly, this has been a very long and strange pretrial odyssey in this case. It's not over yet. We still have a lot of work to do. But we're delighted today that Kelsey Fitzsimmons is going home for Christmas, New Year's, and beyond with her family. It's been a long time coming. She's delighted. You'll get to hear from her shortly. We are confident as we get ready for trial now that we will have all the facts before a jury. We trust a jury to sort this out. And we are also confident that in that process, many of the facts that have been before the court to date, which have been unrebutted, which we do not believe are accurate, will come out. And we believe that Kelsey Fitzsimmons will be confirmed to be innocent, as she is now. We're delighted to work with her, to represent her, and thank you for your coverage of this, and you will hear from her shortly.
What are some of the facts that you would rebut?
So without going into the material facts, you'll note that in the SJC decision, the court relied upon, as they're entitled to do, they get great discretion, but the SJC said that, an affidavit, for instance, is filed in another jurisdiction that's unrebutted, unanswered, was the basis for some of the court's determinations early on, some prior records from a long time ago, some oral statements by individuals that were made to police. And I just want to stress that at this stage of a trial, when we're talking about pretrial detention, we're talking about bail, those are all things in which the district court, the Superior Court, and indeed the SJC and the Commonwealth have the upper hand. In a court that has a trial, the defendant comes in innocent, and every single burden of proof is on the Commonwealth at that stage. And we believe, knowing the facts as we do, and knowing our client as we do, that we will rebut those facts, and she will be found innocent.
One of the conditions of this release is that she stay away from her baby. Can you talk a little bit about that?
I'm not going to talk about something that's in another proceeding. There are probate court matters that are beyond the purview of this court. That is what we are concerned with here are the criminal charges and issues in the probate court, particularly because she has been in custody, have continued, and I'm not going to speak beyond that. I'm not involved in those proceedings. But this is a case that involves a lot of facts that came together on June 30th, and that's what will be a trial. Simply what happened that day on June 30th.
Should she have been held all this time, more than 100 days?
Well, that's my point, that this has been up to the court so far, that we have fought to get her out. We have fought to make sure that she had conditions that she could comply with. She agreed with that decision. She's been very stoic. She knows that this is going to be a long process, but she's been willing to do that because she feels so strongly about her own innocence in this case.
Do you think that was unfair, that she was held as long as she was?
I'm not going to comment on that. I think that's behind us. We know she's out today, and we believe that she will be innocent once and for all. So we are really pleased with the trial court's decision. She will be out shortly, so you will hear from her, and she will be most importantly going to be with her family, all of whom have been here supporting her every time she's come to court for Christmas and New Year's.
What about the judge's suggestion that this could have been done much earlier?
Well, we had an appeal that we put a lot of time into, and we wanted to prosecute the appeal. There were a lot of other things that we wanted to address in the appeal beyond just custody issues. So we made the election to keep going with the appeal. Typically, the appeal would be what they call mooted. If we came back here seeking relief here, we could have had the whole appeal thrown out the window. So.
And did she tell you anything about how she's feeling about coming to this point, or the fact that this is so long in coming?
She feels great. She's been inspirational. She's developed quite a thick skin, and she's been through a lot. And we talked about how this whole incarceration itself has been another difficult event for her. So she's strong. She's doing great. She's committed to going to trial. She doesn't have a lot of time because she has one day to do all her Christmas shopping, online, of course. But she's going to be okay.
Is she healed from the wounds from the shot?
She's getting there. She still has some serious medical care that she has to undergo, which we're going to take care of now that she's out of custody, thank God, and we'll address that as it comes.
Has she said anything about wanting to be reinstated as a police officer once this is all over?
Well, there's a lot of balls in the air, and that one we haven't gotten to yet. But we have a long way to go before that. We have a lot of faith and trust in the jury system, and between Martha and me, there's been quite a few jury trials under our belts. So we're looking ahead to that. We're feeling great about it. Kelsey has total trust in the jury system. She can't wait to get this behind her.
Can you talk about the judge's order to not see her patient?
So, that's a probate matter, and that's sort of reflected in the allegations that were made by her fiance. And here, really, we're not gonna get into that.
And here is Kelsey herself.
Hi, Kelsey.
How are you, Kelsey?
So I told them that you have a lot of Christmas shopping to do, so you don't have a lot of time.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Can you talk about what your reaction is now that you're out? I just want to say a few short things. I just want to thank my legal team for not giving up on me, and I want to thank my supporters, and I just have full faith in the jury system, and it's going to be good when the truth comes out.
How do you feel that one of the conditions of your release is not to do with your baby?
So we're not
As
gonna.
you would imagine.
Yeah.
What are you doing?
We're not gonna go there.
She has shopping to do, and I also want to announce, maybe I'm dropping the ball on this, but there's a tree waiting for you at home to decorate. So you want to get there.
What are you doing for Christmas?
I'm going to spend it with my family.
What's for dinner tonight?
Can't wait to see your dog.
Whatever she wants.
Whatever she wants.
And she's got.
Can you describe what it's like to, you've been spending the last several months behind bars, and to know that a couple days before Christmas, you're now going to be going into mom's house. Can you tell people what that's like for you?
It's everything I've wished for these past few months. All I wanted to do was be home with my family for Christmas, so that's all I wished for.
Kelsey, you may not be able to comment on this, but how did you feel like being in front of the same judge that revoked your bail?
So we're gonna leave that in the rearview mirror.
Yeah, we're looking ahead. We're confident we're looking ahead, and I think that's it.
You've been behind bars for over 100 days. Can you talk about if this is just a long time coming? Did you think you should have been out a lot sooner?
We made our position clear. We wanted to prosecute it all the way to the SJC, which we did. And, Kelsey healed up enough so that she can comply with the court's terms. So here we are, and we're looking ahead, and can't wait to get this to a jury.
Thank you very much.
Merry Christmas, Kelsey.
It's great to see you out and smiling.
Great job, guys.
All right, so that was Kelsey Fitzsimmons leaving court, ladies and gentlemen. You were able to see that. I'm going to have you listen to the rest of the section about the release of Lindsay's phone extraction. I think it's incredibly important. Sticky Doll, of course, you can link any support you want to for Kelsey or, frankly, anyone. I'm not opposed to that, so thank you for asking. But yes, Kelsey is free. She's going home. She clearly was shot by her fellow officers, and she needs support just like anyone else. So if you'd like to do that, feel free to drop that link in the chat, and thank you for asking. I really appreciate your willingness to do so. I would have been happy to have it just dropped in the chat. All right, there you go. So you can help out Kelsey. The Give Send Go was helpfully dropped in the chat by Sticky Doll. And now we'll listen to the rest of this description from Lindsay about the leak of her phone extraction, and then depending on how long we go, we'll either watch LTL's second video about the search of Karen's phones, that warrant we watched. He's premiering his second video tonight. I'll comment on it. It's a public records request, so he went through the effort to get it. I'll comment on it, and we'll talk about it. But if I don't make it that long, if whatever I have to stop, we'll do that tomorrow. Christmas Eve with Towel. I don't really have a Christmas this year, so I'll spend Christmas with you all, I suppose. Sticky Doll Lindsay does have one. Thank you so much for asking. I will drop that right now. Now listen, she's not here right now, okay? But we tried to, GEF4J, I think it is. We tried to get Lindsay to promote this the other day when she was on with Ray from Dallas, and they were like, no. Lindsay was like, no. So there you go. She, in fact, encouraged people to donate to Aidan Kearney. So that shows Lindsay Gattani is a very honorable person. So here is Lindsay. And remember, I didn't even come up with this idea. Someone asked if I would post it. It is right here, and Lindsay is well worth supporting. All right, so let's continue this interview.
A lot of people aren't understanding. Yes, I deleted them at that point. So anything up until December 23rd, at whatever time Aiden arrived at my apartment, yes, I deleted that. But then I continued to have multiple conversations with Tully after that through text message. And why were none of those in my phone extraction? Because why would I go and delete them again? I never saw Aiden again after that. I would have had no reason to delete them. And not only that, on my messages with Kate, after December, I think, is it 14th or 19th? I keep getting the dates confused. But it wasn't just my messages with Kate. It was all my texts to Kate were still there, but only her responses were deleted. Like, if you think I'm going to have something to hide, wouldn't I delete, maybe my medical records or my own messages with Kate? Why would I just delete Kate's responses to me? Why would I try to protect Kate but leave all my personal information on there? It makes 0 sense. Zero.
Oh, wow. So you had more conversations with Tully after the fact through text message, and them text messages were gone as well?
100%. Yep. According to Aiden. And Aiden, I guess, and his lawyers say that Tully then, when they brought that up in court, Tully then provided them with some screenshots of messages that occurred after that. But I haven't seen them. I don't know if they're all there. I don't know if he picked and chose which ones he was going to give to Aiden. And why was it okay to give him screenshots? But with me, they told me they had to do an extraction. They wouldn't accept screenshots when they needed information from me. But when it comes from Tully and his phone, screenshots are perfectly acceptable. So tell me how, and Jen McCabe too. I mean, I guess Jen McCabe and Tully are the exceptions. Screenshots are okay for them in a court of law, but not anybody else.
And what was the process, Lindsay, if you don't mind me asking, whereupon they obtained your extraction? Did they kind of say, okay, we're going to come get your phone, and then they brought you somewhere? What did the prosecutor say? Okay, we're going to redact this. We'll never release this. How did it go from them getting your extraction to Tully being able to leak it personally?
Well, that's the thing. Like when I first, so like I've said, my biggest mistake was reaching out to Kate Peter. And when I did, Kate kept telling me like, well, I think you have really important information that like hasn't been shared. And I'm like, I really don't think I have anything. Like, I think like my messages are pretty mundane. There's nothing that's in there that hasn't already been spoken about. Like, I really don't think I have anything like riveting. Like, oh, and she's like, well, I think you do. And you really need to talk to Ken. And will you just please talk to Ken?
So notice it's Kate Peter that ends up pushing Lindsay into the position where Tully's able to get her whole phone. Lindsay doesn't get to give screenshots, et cetera, et cetera. Oh, no, not like those other witnesses. Kate Peter, what was it? Encased or entrapped Lindsay in her nest, her Hulk smash / Shrek nest. Do Shreks have nests? I don't know. If they do, Kate Peter would have one. She nests like a Shrek.
Talk to Ken Mello, and Ken tells me, he was the first one I was put in contact with, and Ken tells me, Lindsay, like, you know, like, Kate tells me that you have some messages that she's seen that she thinks are really important. Will you please just have a conversation with my investigator, like with Tully and his PI, Nelson, I don't know how you pronounce his last name.
De Guevara.
Is that how you say it? Okay, yeah. So will you please just have a conversation with them? And then he said, you have my word. If you just talk to them and you don't want to go any further, like, you have my word, you will not have to be involved and blah, blah, blah. Cause I was like, listen, no, like, anything that I say is going to be, it's going to become a bigger thing. I don't want any part of this. Like, I thought I was just talking to Kate, like telling her like shit that Natalie was already a witness at this point, and everything that like I knew or had was stuff Natalie had already said. It wasn't like I had anything different other than like the one Josh Levy comment, but like I really had no other information that was going to be valuable to their case, in my opinion. And he said, like, just please have a conversation with Tully and Nelson, and you have my word. Like, if you decide after that conversation you want to be, and like, naive, stupid me, like, actually believed him. I know it sounds ridiculous, but like, you're talking to the prosecutor in the case. And I'm like, you know, why would the prosecutor lie to me? Like, I don't have any involvement in the criminal, like, I had never been in trouble in my life, not even a speeding ticket, nothing. I didn't know, you know, how things work. So I'm like, okay, fine. And Tully and come over to my house. They had a conversation with me in my dining room, and yeah, they tell me like, you know, whatever, like it was a long conversation, but anyways, like fast forward, they want me to meet they were for weeks telling me like they need my phone. Tully was telling me he's going to try to see if there's ways that I can just provide screenshots instead of doing a phone extraction. Because I'm like, you know, there's no way I'm giving up my phone. Like, my phone has everything on there. That no, not doing that. And he said, well, I have this friend who's been, you know, who is very like skilled in phone extractions. I'm going to see if there's a way she can just pull your messages with Aiden. And then he finally got back to me and like, he's like, yeah, that's a no-go. We can't do that. We can't do the screenshots. Like, we have no other choice. We have to do the phone extraction. And I'm still hesitant. I'm like, nah, like, I'll hear what you guys have to say, but like, I'm not gonna. So they had me meet at the DA's office in Canton, and it's Tully, Ken, Nelson, Ken's PI, and Pam, the scam Friedman, the victim advocate, quote unquote, from Norfolk County, the head of the victim advocacy program. So I sit down and I meet with them, and Ken and Tully are telling me, you know, listen, we have no other way to do this. We have to take your phone. We have to do an extraction. But here's the thing. We will, it's going to be this process. So number one, after we do the extraction, we will do like a full redaction, like only things that are relevant or exculpatory information will be handed over, like, or put in this like pile, set aside as to do with the case. And then not only that will it be redacted and everything, none of your personal information will be, but then we will also have to go through, we will hire a reverse taint team, Ken Mello called it. And I'm like, what the hell is I never heard of a taint team period, let alone a reverse taint team. I'm like, what's that? And he's like, it's a team that's going to go through and They'll be able to decipher what information on your phone is relevant to the case, what is not. And then not only that, they said there's like a third thing in place where you will, any information that is going to be turned over, a judge will have to it will have to go through a process, like where the judge will have to approve it to be given to as discovery. So like there's multiple things in place to prevent anything private of yours from getting in the hands of the wrong people. And obviously I knew, and that's a big thing. Like people were like, oh, she thought all this stuff was going to stay private. No, I thought that my personal stuff was going to stay private. I knew that anything related to Aiden, anything I talked about with Kate or whatever, any of that was fair game. I didn't know my kids' medical records from when they were born or like my therapy notes with my therapist or like my, any of that shit was going to be public, I mean, who would ever be like, okay, sure, yeah, take my phone? Nobody in the right mind, especially if the person getting it was Aiden Carney. I'm sorry if you're a fan of him or not. You're not going to give him your full 15-year phone extraction. Are you nuts? So they assured me over and over. And then they had me sign something. And I never got a copy of that, though requesting a copy multiple times. I still don't have a copy to this day. Then Nick Reno comes in the room. And he introduces himself, he shakes my hand, and Tully says, this is who's going to take your phone. He's going to do the extraction, and it should take, depending on how much information is on your phone, it can take anywhere from a few hours to, at the worst, like a few days. And, sorry, the hiccups right now. So yeah, so he takes my phone. And,
you good.
am I talking too much? If you want me to stop and you want to interject, go ahead.
This is very insightful.
Hold up. Let me turn up for Lindsay, because she on her talking that talk that talk. Let me turn up for her real quick. Man, shout out to you, Lindsay. Yeah, you can continue, sweetheart.
I will never get sick of that song. Sorry.
Me either.
So Greeno, he seemed very, I don't know how many, Grant, do you know how many years he's been working with MSP?
He started his career in 2011 with the Norwood Police Department, worked there for 10 years. So I would say 2 to 3 years at MSP, maybe 4.
Okay. Because I got the impression that he was kind of shy and a little bit I don't know, like a newbie, like a rookie. That's the impression I got. I mean, I could be completely off, I don't know. But he was very kind. He shook my, and he's like, I will be in, because I'm like, I didn't even have a backup phone. I'm like, I have 4 kids. How long is this going to take? I knew nothing. So, he's like, I'll be in touch. And Kate actually had to give me a burner phone in the meantime, because I had no way to even for emergencies with my kids or anything. And, that burner phone ended up not even working. So I was phoneless ended up taking a few days. And so they assured me everything was all good and we were all smiles, and I left the office and everything was fine. A few days later, I finally, I didn't even get a call. I was at my apartment in Medfield. My kids are at school at the middle of the day, and I hear somebody pounding on my window. I'm on the first floor. Somebody's pounding on my window on the side of my building where the woods are. What the fuck? And my blinds were closed. And because the sun was beaming in through that side of the building. And I go over, I'm like, somebody trying to break it, my patio doors are there. I'm like, what the hell? And I peek out and it's fucking Nick Carino in my And he's like, and I go into my patio door, I'm like, what the hell? And he's like, he's all out of breath, and he's like, thank God you answered. He's like, I thought your managers of your apartment were going to think I was breaking in. He's like, I didn't know how to contact you to get your phone back to you. Oh my God, thank God you answered. I thought it was so funny. I was dying. And so I'm like, oh, thanks. I take my phone from him. I'm like, it's all set. He's like, yeah, Jesus, how much information do you have on that phone? Like, it took forever. Like, it took way longer than I'm like, I told you, my whole life's on that phone. Like, 15 years of my life. Like, I don't just get a new update every year. Like, most people, like, I'm broke. 15-year phone extraction. Jesus Christ. You thought I was exaggerating? So, so he leaves. I got my phone back. And I didn't think anything of it, like at all. Like I just never thought about it again. And this was January. Oh God, what was it? Grant, do you remember the date? It was January like 9th or something, I think.
So that was actually before I met you, but you've always said that it was in January of 2024.
I think my extraction was done on January 9th. I don't remember. It was a few days after that I got my phone back. So it was early January. And I thought nothing of it. And then all of a sudden, like, what was it, April, Grant, that everything, that the leak.
Yeah, the Grant YouTube channel is pinned at the top. Everybody, y'all make sure y'all super kick. Y'all know who the greatest showman on earth is. I know I'm cool. Think I'm sexy. I got the looks that drives the girls. While I'm just
I'm going to do my own version.
Y'all better make sure y'all super kick that subscribe button. I'm sorry, Lindsay.
That's all right. I guess. And so,
it was the night, by the way, and this is why I don't believe this was a coincidence at all. The night
before my hearing with Aiden.
Yes, so it was the night of Thursday, April 23rd into Friday, April 24th of 2024. The exact timeline was I got a call from you. I want to say it was like 2 in the afternoon or something. I had just gotten out of a study
you weren't here when it happened. You were there right after. Okay, that's right.
Yes, yeah. And you called and you were like, now I don't, Lindsay, you can tell the story, but if you remember, Lindsay didn't know what happened. This is what she was leading up to, because when I got there, all I remember is her screaming at Leah Genduso, rightfully so, because she was like, how dare you leak my messages with you? And Lindsay was convinced that the only way Aiden could have gotten the small segment of stuff that was out there initially was from Leah Genduso, Bathtub, as she's effectively known.
Yeah, because Aiden was live on... Sorry, go ahead.
Well, I was going to say, it turns out it wasn't that, but tell the story because I don't remember.
Yeah, Aiden was, I think, streaming one of the Karen Reed hearings. And during the hearing, he started reading text messages between me and Leah. So I just tuned in right at that point. Somebody had alerted me to it. So I'm like, what the fuck? Why would Leah send my messages to Aiden? Are you kidding me? I thought we were cool. What the fuck? And of course, not in anybody's right mind would they think. Bitch? Sorry, go ahead, Frank.
You talking about the bitch who thought
Bathtub.
she was a ninja? Okay.
Bathtub, yeah. Okay. I know. I don't even like to call her by her name because it gives her that much more attention, the public figure there. But yeah. So, but yeah, I'm like, why would she? I'm like, obviously in my right mind, I'm not thinking something happened with my, that never occurred to me because these people, Brian Tully, Ken Mello, they assured me that there were all these protective layers in place that nothing like this would have, because I told them that was my worst fear. I was like, listen, I have no problem handing my phone number. I'm not hiding anything. I'll give you my phone. But my worst fear is that my private information, my kids' information is going to be. So they assured me, no, that wasn't possible. So I wasn't even thinking that. And then Leah's flipping out on me, calls me all these names and everything. And I'm like, what's going on? And I'm in the Discord group, Kate's Discord group. And they're like, oh, no, Lindsay, you're wrong. It wasn't Leah. Aiden has your full phone extraction. I'm like, what the fuck? What do you mean he has, what do you mean my full phone? What are you talking about? That's impossible. What are you talking about? I was in such denial and disbelief. My brain I couldn't wrap my brain around how this could have happened. I was in just complete denial. You're wrong. Leah's a liar. Fuck Leah. That was my mindset at that point.
I would have been on
and that's
fire.
how That's how I knew it was. Her reaction was the result of something very bad having happened, because she so authentically was figuring it out. And by the way, Ray, you asked earlier, when did I see this like brilliance in her? Okay, at that moment, under all that stress, she hasn't even got through half of the day. After she realizes it wasn't Leah Genduso, she immediately puts together, I watched her do it as she's like collapsing on the floor. Oh my God, that means they released it. I have to figure out how this happened. And she, within like 2 hours, not only got the answer, I'll let her tell the next part, like she mobilized and found out how Tully managed to personally release it. Why is Brian Tully handling discovery? Well, Ken Mello is in the hospital and it gets worse from there.
But look, they don't talk about that though. They don't talk about that though.
Yeah, and there's a reason they've been trying to stifle my voice. There's a reason Kate went behind my back and told all these reporters that I was not emotionally able to give interviews. Tully was telling me that I wasn't allowed to speak to so-and-so. Like, they were trying to keep my voice quiet because they didn't want this shit getting out there. Not because like of any, they were worried about my mental state, because they didn't want the truth coming out. And that's what it was. I mean, I couldn't even fucking fathom that a mass state police trooper, like my whole life, like obviously, like I've been through the throes of addiction, I've been through homelessness, I've been through all this shit. My kids were like, I know the state is corrupt and everything. You live in Boston, the police are racist, all this shit. Like, that Karen Reed wasn't the first person to be, framed or whatever you want to call it. This isn't foreign to me. I know that, but you still don't think that like a witness in a case, a witness is going to get fucked over like this.
Man, they made you a witness. Somebody just made a great comment. They made you a witness without you even knowing it, right?
Right. Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Because it's not like it's not like a knighting ceremony. You don't deem someone, I hereby knight you a witness. Like, that is not how it works. If you have information.
Wasn't that the audio Leah Genduso sent you and that didn't show up on the extraction? See, Leah Genduso, I want to give 1 minute of context before asking this question. She hides in plain sight. Look into some of the police reports about Aidan Kearney in 2022, before any of this was happening. Who's in them? Kate Peter and Leah Genduso. For the background, Leah Genduso was a state trooper. Now, this gets a little wild. In 2008 or 2007, Leah Genduso got banged up on a very serious set of charges related to packaging marijuana when it was still illegal and money laundering. She somehow in 2008, we're going to find out it wasn't a coincidence, gets a job as a dispatcher for the state police. By 2014, she becomes a state police trooper, and Leah Genduso then quickly rises through the ranks to 2018 because she's dating the third in command at the state police, it turns out. Now, this was a wider story in 2018 that was going on related to a manipulated police report about a judge's daughter, okay? And the man that Leah Genduso was with in the command of the state police got caught up in the editing of a police report about a judge's daughter that was very controversial. As that story was unfolding, Aidan Turtleboy Kearney picks up on Leah Genduso through some kind of tip, I would imagine, being involved with this high-level state commander of the state police. What comes out next through Aidan? Leah somehow got this job without at the state police, despite this like drug conviction which wasn't revealed. Leah gets fired. In some kind of like weird Stockholm syndrome, her and Aidan then start talking, but inevitably Leah ends up aligned with Kate Peter. Why do we call her Bathtub? Because she made a video at one point, apparently on Facebook or something, where she was in a bathtub, and Lindsay does the voice better than me, but she was like, hey guys. And
live from the bathtub, it's me, Leah, the public figure. You like my bubble?
And now she is Leah Bathtub.
So who y'all call Bathtub? Leah?
Yeah.
Leah Bathtub.
Her name is no longer Leah. It is officially Bathtub. We have deemed her
Bathtub,
like a knighting ceremony.
Bathtub. Keep going, son. You had me going.
Oh yeah, and so the way Leah comes into this, and it ties into the phone extraction because of course it does. Leah is like sending Lindsay audio notes and messages around, what was it, like December 2023 or so, Lindsay, maybe November?
Oh, sorry, I tuned out for a minute. That's my ADD. What'd you say?
Oh, when was Leah send that audio message that Leah sent you to like tell you about like when was
Yeah,
that
it
first
was
sent?
before, I think it was before the night of the 23rd, right? Yeah, it had to have been.
Yep.
Yeah.
So they were recruiting Lindsay. She didn't realize what they were doing, but they saw her. They were manipulating her. And Leah Genduso sends Lindsay an audio message saying, and you can find it on Lindsay's Twitter. Yep. And that audio message. And this is the smoking gun, by the way. You would talk about Watergate smoking gun. No, this is Brian Tully's smoking gun. Yeah. So Robert Cosgrove files a legal memo in response to Mark Betterow. By the way, I've talked to some people. That hands down the most grotesque legal filing ever submitted by a prosecutor in the history.
I think everybody, even people that hate me, have agreed that like this was so far out of bounds what he put in that filing. Absolutely disgusting. Not just the comments that he said about me, like bringing up closet baby shit, but also like threatening me. Like he's threatening me with perjury charges. He doesn't even know what I'm going to say if I'm called as a witness, which I don't even know if I will be. He doesn't even know what I'm going to testify to. So how are you going to threaten perjury charges, sir?
The prosecutor in Aiden's case?
Robert Cosgrove.
Oh, that piece of shit?
The sundowning piece of shit that I was giving all this, like credit to, like, I was trying to think like, maybe he's not as bad as these other ones. Maybe they're just taking advantage of him because he's this old ass guy. I felt bad. Like, my grandmother passed away. God bless her soul, from Alzheimer's. Like maybe he's just like this older man that they're trying, like because literally this is the thing. And not to get off topic, but like everybody wonders why, like, when they null pros the charges with me and like with Aiden, like for the recent stuff and from the A and B from before, like, and even like why they picked Ken Mello, who was never a prosecutor. He was a family law attorney, like a defense attorney. Like he had no experience. He was like, had all these bad reviews. Why would they pick? Because they couldn't find anybody. They had asked, and I was inside. I knew all about this because I had been talking to them about this. They couldn't find a single person in the state of Massachusetts that was willing to enter any prosecution against Aiden Carney because they were worried that their law firms would be attacked, that he would send his troops, his following after them and give them bad reviews and they would get all this bad. That's what it was. Okay. So, I mean, let's just say it how it is. So like when they, Cosgrove, when they got him, I'm like, this is first they get Ken Mello, who has no experience being a prosecutor and who claims that I don't know anything. Well, I mean, I know what he's told me about his health situation. But I can't confirm any of it. But then Cosgrove, you take on, who is like older than, I don't know, like dinosaurs. And like,
Archie Bunker looking motherfucker. I know you're talking about.
All right, I have to make a point because someone was like, wait. How did revenge porn get banned in Massachusetts? No, let me tell you the real story. So first of all, I don't know if people realize this, but like I am involved with writing legislation all the time. Okay, I help put a dedicated levy on the excise tax to create a grant fund to the tune of $30 million a year for mom and pop companies, locally owned. I and my friends have single-handedly brought this state $7 billion in revenue in 5 years. We've probably generated something like 900 million to 1.2 billion in tax revenue. I'm not sure if you understand this. And like, so when I go up there, I'm like, hi, I'm a little towel. And they're like, oh, hi, Grant. Why are you here today? Like, what's going on in the Cannabis Commission today? Oh, no, Senator, I wanted to, or whatever it may be, I wanted to talk to you with my friend Lindsay. Now, Kate Peter tagged along on this. Like, I was very uncomfortable with it, but I wasn't going to, like, bully Lindsay, and be like, listen, Kate's like bad news, like, don't bring her. I was like, all right, Lindsay wants to bring her, fine. But Kate was only allowed there in the building with us because Lindsay wanted her there. Let's be very, very clear about that. So we march up there, and they're already working on this revenge porn bill. There's a lot of good people working on it, like Alex Haggerty and otherwise. And I go up there like a little towel, and I'm like, you know what? I think we have to do more to get this bill over the line. So this was the result. Oh no, Sticky Doll. Lindsay has had some very bad lawyers, unfortunately. I don't know how it keeps happening. Like George and this other lawyer and this other lawyer, she has had these lawyers, and I'm just baffled by it all. I have no desire to talk to them. I don't want to know what she talks to them about, okay? Because unlike some people, I tell her constantly, don't tell me what your lawyers tell you, and then she never tells me. I tell her that 70,000 times a day. So anyway, the point is, I say preemptively, she's never done it because I don't let her do it. But her lawyers have made just weird moves. So you can look into that. She was talking about one of the lawyers on Ray's stream the other day, and we were just unloading on my mother, who I think is a plant because she knows Michael Proctor's family and Kate Peter, I think. It's just chaos. But the point is, no, Lindsay's had 3 or 4 lawyers, I don't remember the exact count, and none of them, unfortunately, have been very good. So I think she is pro se in at least a civil case. They're I'm telling you, these lawyers that have been around her for Rule 17 hearings and all this stuff. Just watching them, it was on the stream horrifying. Anyway, and then of course one of the lawyers, George Papadopoulos or whatever the hell his name is, was connected with Annie Dukem, who was involved in the drug lab scandal that made the state police look bad. So I don't know what the fuck's going on with all that. But yeah, anyway, I think a lot of that had to do with Kate Peter, and I think that Lindsay deserves an independent voice, so she's well worth supporting, and however she makes it happen, I support her. All right, so now let's take a look at this State House press conference. So take a look. I went up to State House. This was in the middle of this. This was right, by the way, before Tully released Lindsay's phone. This was March 21st of 2024. So I go up there, and we're working on the Senate version of the bill. And as you can see, Towel knows people. All right, so I got the red-lined version. Literally, I got the red-lined version that was being marked up. Try getting that in the Massachusetts legislature. No, there's no transparency. Yeah, it's very awkward side-eye, Jess, indeed. But anyway, try getting something like that. No, you need to know people. So I'm up there. I'm just part of the group, but I'm doing my little towel thing, and I'm being we got to pass this thing, all right? And I'm covering it. It passes 40-0. Then Senator Keenan, who was a really good ally on the bill, he gets up there, gives a great press conference. Now, by the way, people were like, oh, Lindsay just walked up there and talked. No, bro, I set the press conference up. Not Senator Keenan, not not Alex Haggerty. They'll all tell you the same thing. They just were like, why the fuck's there a press conference? Well, because I talked to all my colleagues. I gathered them up like little cats, herding cats. And I was like, come on now, let's go have a press conference. And they're like, why are we having a press conference, Grant? And I was like, well, they're going to pass the revenge porn bill. And they were like, okay. And I was like, it's a big deal. And then I was like, oh, and also Lindsay Gattani might be speaking. And they were like, oh. And I was like, yeah, you should really come down. And they're like, okay. I'm telling you, I'm a little mover and shaker, ladies and gentlemen. So anyway, yeah, there's definitely a lot of connections. Hi, 3 Clerk Monty, how you doing? So anyway, no comment, Sticky Doll, no comment. No, it's factual. It is 100% factual. Sticky Doll, Tully released it while Ken Mello is in the hospital. So anyway, I'm up there just being a little towel. And Senator Keenan gives his remarks, and they're really good. And then, I was talking about how, just to get the story straight, all right, just so everyone understands, I coordinated this press conference. I understand it's a weird dynamic, but you have to look into my older work, into the CCC. You also have to understand, how much of the journalism establishment in the state reads my work and also just knows me. So all I have to do is be like, hi, X, how you doing? Oh, Grant, what's going on? Oh, well, I haven't seen you in a while. How have you been since the last press conference? Oh, I've been good. Well, I think you should go to the State House today. Why should I do that, Grant? Well, the revenge porn bill's going to pass. You just got to know what you're doing. So anyway, they're like, of course I'll go down. And, you whip up support for it. And all of us, now, just so folks understand, I just want to be clear. It was not like there was someone in the press who was going to have like a podium there, and they all like talked about it and had a press conference. No. Early in the morning at like 5:30 in the morning. The news cycle is one fucking day. You don't do it ahead of time. You do it that morning at 5:30. I'm up at 5:30. I'm talking to my colleagues. I'm like, hey, we should go to the State House. And they're like, why should we do that? I tell them why. I had to whip the press conference. Do you understand? I had to get the reporters to like think about this in their morning meeting. I know I had to catch the morning meeting with the editors, so I had to get the reporters to tell their desk editors that they should send camera people to the State House for the revenge porn bill. All right, so, and then there I go. I'm just kind of like navigating it, and I set the fucking thing up. Now, I am a towel. I don't believe in fucking hierarchies. I don't believe in any of that shit. I put the fucking press conference together. I want to be very clear. There was no speaking order. The only person possibly who could have been in charge of that was me. There was no speaking order. I said to Senator Keenan's aide, or whoever the fuck's aide, and to Alex Haggerty, I was like, listen, it's possible I brought the press corps and there's going to be a press conference. And they were like, what? And I was like, well, you know, how you doing? And they're like, okay. So they were just like, all right, we'll just go over and talk. And I was like, fuck if I care. So they were more like looking at me like, is there a press conference? And I was like, yeah. And then they all kind of talked and they were like, all right, we're going to speak in like this person's going to speak like with this person. They didn't have an order. It was just like Senator Keenan wanted to speak with Alex Haggerty because they like know each other. I don't know if they're both Republicans or whatever the hell it is. I don't really care. But the point is they wanted to speak together. And then like Senator Eldridge, who I think was involved in the bill, wanted to speak. And then, but the point is, so Senator Keenan, great speech, gets about 5,000 views. Senator Eldridge gets about 5,000 views. That's normal for a politician. That's actually probably more than they would get if like Steph Solis was up there recording them about the budget. It's not exactly like glamorous. But then Alex Haggerty steps up. He was really one of the main people who got this bill across the line. I give Lindsay a lot of credit, and I think rightfully so. She came in towards the end of the initial process before the Compromise Committee. So if you're there before the Compromise Committee, you deserve some credit. But Alex Haggerty was there like from the ground up. He was like a local politician, like was victimized, like realized there were some weaknesses in the statute, gathered this broad coalition, bipartisan support. Very hard to do in Massachusetts. Like anything that's like led by Republicans is looked at with like 17,000 like cocked eyes of suspicion. Like, what do you mean a Republican has a bill? Like, whoa, no, that is not okay. I'm serious. There are 3 senators that are Republicans, maybe 4 out of our 40 senators. There's like 6, maybe 5 representatives that are Republicans. Bro, I've never heard of a Republican other than like when they go, like the majority leader, Bruce Tarr in the Senate, he'll like go to the Democrats and sometimes he'll like get things. But for the most part, they just let him talk. All right. Bruce Tarr gets up there and is like, I want to do this. And they're like, no. He's like, oh, well, I tried. Then he gets up there again. They're like, I want to do this. No. All right. He sits down, stands up again. Madam Speaker or Madam Senate President, I want to do this. No. Okay. He sits down. He's kind of resigned to his fate, but he makes a good effort. You know what I'm saying? He's very seriously outvoted. Anyway, so Alex Haggerty and Senator Keenan, you can see Senator Keenan come back up in the background. They get 10,000 views. Now, just to reiterate, Lindsay did not add herself into the press conference. She was the main attraction of the press conference. I said to my colleagues, folks, Lindsay Gattani might speak, and they said, oh my God, what do you mean Lindsay Gattani might speak? And I said, well, you know, I had only met her like a month before, and I was like, I don't know her that well, you know, and when I first met her, I was overwhelmed. I was like, oh goodness, this woman's a vixen. But then I was like, wait a minute, that's not how I think about people. I want to know her. So we start talking. I didn't know her that well in March, but I knew she was special. How did I know she was special? You're going to see her deliver. Okay, let me just put this into context for you. So for me, I have a very happy-go-lucky... Oh, it's snowing in New Hampshire. That's great. Yeah. No. Let me just be very clear. The way that this press conference happened was I have a very happy-go-lucky, like very oblivious, like attitude, but like a lot of people like the work that I do or respect the work that I do, especially my colleagues. I'm not tooting my own horn. They just like do. Okay, I don't need to tell you who I talk to. I know who I talk to. They really like the work I do. They see me as like that old school, like Ida Tarbell, like watchdog journalism brought forward to the digital era. And they also see me as like a one-man production team who can do what their cameraman, their production editor, their editing desk, and their reporters do in one person in real time, oftentimes like live. So they're just like, okay, whatever, Grant, like whatever you want us to talk about, tell us and we'll listen. I don't do it often. So I reach out and I'm saying to him, like, Lindsay Catani might speak. And they're like, what? Like, really? And I'm like, yes. And so most of them were there because I was saying to my colleagues, like, Lindsay Catani might speak. So they're all standing there waiting to see if Lindsay Catani, who has never spoken in public before, ever, before this moment. We take her voice for granted now because we hear it quite often. Folks, she had never said a word in public before this. Now, I don't know if you know what the State House is like. It is extremely intimidating. First of all, it's like a hodgepodge maze that kind of reflects like the way the city built up around it. The building's been like expanded weirdly like 4 times. You get in there, the elevators don't even all go to the same place. You want to get to one part of the building, you got to take one elevator. You want to get to the other part, you got to take another. And you, God forbid, you want to walk from one side of the building to the other. You can't do that. It's like a maze. It's a labyrinth in there. It's reflective in form and content of the kind of Harvard Finals Club atmosphere that they're trying to impose. Like, who the fuck are you and why are you in our fucking house? Well, fuck you too, buddy. It's my house too. I voted for you. Anyway, my point is, so I kind of walk around there just like, fuck these pretentious assholes. Now, I think they take it in a loving way because they're like, Grant like doesn't think about that power dynamic. For most people, you walk in there, the fucking hallways are like 50 feet tall. You can't go anywhere because you don't know where you are. There's like marble everywhere. There's like cops and state police and court Senate officers, and you can't go in this door, but you go in that door. You got to go up these stairs. You got like whatever. It's very intimidating just to be in there. Okay, now, that's on a regular day. You got the governor walking around, like she might just wave at you and be like, how you doing? Oh, how you doing, Madam Governor? Having a nice day? How about them Brent Sox? All right, then you continue walking. You see the lieutenant governor, maybe see the treasurer, the auditor. It's just the Senate president. It's just a weird place to be. So then, imagine every news camera from every station. Okay, Channel 5, Channel 7, Channel 4, and I think the National Public Radio was there. The local WGBH reporter was there. I really called in a lot of contacts for this one. So they're all standing there. You're right outside the Senate gallery. You are not a lawmaker. You have never been there before, and you've certainly never helped pass a law. And this guy, being me, who, like, it seems very smart and genuine and good-natured, is telling you, like, okay, I think you should stand up in front of those microphones and give a speech. So she's scribbling this fucking speech together. Like, she's like, I don't know if I can do it. I don't know if I can do it. And she's over in the corner. And by the way, Kate Peter was not allowed anywhere near this fucking press conference because Kate Peter was running around the Senate chamber telling the revenge porn victims that her name was Krusty Panties. And then I was like, oh, fuck. Why did you say that? And then Kate starts telling people that she released revenge porn of Aiden with Leah Genduso. And I'm like, first of all, why would you mention bathtub? I didn't know she was bathtub at the time, but I'm like, what the fuck does she have to do with this? Second of all, what the fuck are you doing, Kate? Why are you telling the revenge porn victims that you're proud that you released revenge porn of Aiden Kearney? I was just like, what the fuck? I was like, this woman is never coming to the State House again, and if she goes there, I'm not going with her, because she's going to get me a bad reputation. So I immediately was like, get the fuck out of this situation, Kate. Get away from the fucking cameras. Like, I basically put her down the hallway, and I was like, get the fuck out of here. So anyway, Lindsay and I are, because mind you, as I'm trying to get Kate out of the fucking shot, because she's a fucking Shrek-like monster, Not because of her looks, just like she had done stupid shit 10 minutes before that. So I was like, you are not being in the, first of all, you're definitely not speaking, you stupid motherfucker. Sorry to use that language, but I was like, how could you say you spread revenge porn to the revenge porn victims? You are really offending me. This is a very sacred place. You are hurting this institution. Stop fucking talking. So anyway, I was like, you are not being in the shot, not to mention near the microphones. Get the fuck out of here. I grilled her with my eyes. I was like, you motherfucker, you. So anyway, then I'm talking to Lindsay at the same time, and she's like, Grant, I don't know if I can do this. And I was like, you can do this, okay? Just think of yourself like John F. Kennedy. Just march up there. Don't think about anything. Just say, fuck them all, and just deliver your speech. She scribbled this fucking speech out. She, like, has it on her oh, that's right. She was typing it on her phone. She's like, okay, I can do this. And I was like, listen, they want to hear from you. I talked to them. They want to hear from you. So I'm boosting her confidence. She walks over there. I tell her to give me, like, 5 seconds because I want to go get the shot. I put the fucking press conference together. I want to get the shot. It gets 175,000 views. 175,000 views. Okay? To put that in scale, we're talking orders of magnitude bigger than two very powerful senators, orders of magnitude bigger than other speeches. Now, you might be saying, okay, but do you care about the numbers? Grant, doesn't seem like you care about the numbers. I don't. Because if it were just her standing there being like, my name is Lindsay, I've like been victimized and I want you to fix something, I'd be like, well, no, listen to this speech that Lindsay Gattani delivered, never having spoke. She had, was the valedictorian of her undergraduate college class while she was going through homelessness and as a single mother. She's like a superhero. But so she had spoken on the news before, but she had never delivered a speech, not to mention in the Massachusetts State House, not to mention after a major bill was passed, not to mention in the context of it going to compromise committee, not to mention in front of the entire fucking press corps. And this is what Lindsay Gattani did to make her debut.
I'm here today to break my silence for the first time through public remarks. I'm sorry, I'm going to read through a prepared statement. To begin, thank you, Madam Senate President, Mr. Speaker, members of the Senate, and members of the House. Your bold action to ban revenge porn and coercive control has given me the confidence to stand here today, and for that I am eternally grateful. So many of us over recent years have heard the phrase, revenge porn is legal in Massachusetts. It's been thrown around as if this is somehow an excuse for weaponizing the most intimate moments of a person's life as a form of emotional control and abuse. But today, lawmakers in both houses of this esteemed body have spoken with a unified voice and made clear that revenge porn is no longer legal in Massachusetts. And survivors like myself are the ones who can now hold our heads high in defiance of anyone who might seek to use revenge porn as a weapon. I want to stress, though, every day that passes before this bill is formally becomes law is for further agony for survivors. I encourage the Compromise Committee to get this legislation across the finish line as soon as possible. I heard it said once that whenever we stand against the flow of opinion on hotly contested issues, a woman does what she must, in spite of the personal consequences and dangers and pressures, for that is the basis of all human morality. If those words from a great human being who himself changed history still stand for anything, it is a profound principle that will be embodied when this legislation is quickly signed into law. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to use my voice, and I just want to let you know I cannot take any questions at this time, but I just want to thank everyone for allowing me to speak today.
Can you just say your name again and spell it?
Lindsay Gattani, Lindsey, and Gattani is Gaetani.
How's that? All right. When I saw her do that, I was like, yep, she's got it. Like, there's a certain, and I'm not talking about like it in terms of what I find interesting in a person. I was like, she has it. Like, whatever it is, she has it. I can't put my finger on it, but there's just a certain je ne sais quoi about a human being that is able to do that. It's not as easy as you think. Like, imagine like what you think if you're like, I don't know how to relate this to like being a day-to-day human, but like you're in class or something in high school and the teacher's like, okay, read this page from Great Expectations. Most people under that circumstance are going to like crash and burn. They might be able to do it, but they're going to sound, their intonation is going to be off. Their emphasis might be on the wrong syllable. They're probably going to use filler words like or like. Their enunciation is not going to hit on the specific emotional intonations that allow sort of that lyrical flow in prose. To do that naturally, with no training, that is the it factor. It's a combination of rhetorical skills, syntactical precision, oration, voice command, tonal structure. Everything about it is unspoken, and you need to study it if you don't have it. It's kind of like perfect pitch or music theory. You might think, I understand the goal of that kind of speech, but try delivering it. No training, extemporaneously with the highest stakes possible, like in front of the entire media. No, there's no like redo. You don't get to pause. You don't get to say, can I start again? You need to be perfect. And she was pitch perfect from the beginning, no training. I was blown away. You don't understand. I do that stuff like on the regular. Like, it's second nature. I talk for thousands of hours a year. My voice is exactly how I want it to sound whenever I'm saying anything. But to do it naturally, off the charts. Incredibly impressive.
Like, who knows nothing about the internet. This is an internet-based case, and you know nothing. You don't even, like, you're back. You don't even know about dial-up AOL, like, beep, 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 beep. Like, you don't even know about AOL, dude, let alone, like, Twitter. So why are you on this case? You know, because they couldn't find anybody else. So I tried to give him the benefit of the doubt, but he's just as low and dirty as all the rest of them.
Well,
Sorry,
let me give you
go
ahead, Greg. I apologize. Go ahead with your thoughts. I apologize. Go ahead, sir.
No, I think that Robert Cosgrove is integral to a lot of this for multiple reasons. One, you will find a case out there or two, I'm sure, where Robert Cosgrove was the sitting judge involving matters related to the Norfolk DA or local, etc. police, you know, and maybe look into those folks. I don't know. I'm a towel. What do I know? Anyway, so maybe not. It's a coincidence that in March of 2024, or not a coincidence, Robert Cosgrove goes to a meeting, which is in his most recent filing. I think it was in the supplemental affidavit that Cosgrove filed. He goes to this meeting. Oh, yes, it was in his attestation about having never met Ken Mello except for this meeting. So it's somewhere on like page 6 to 8. So anyway, Robert Cosgrove is like, oh, yes, in March of 2024, I went to a meeting and there was the Norfolk DA and Brian Tully and then some other unnamed parties at this meeting. And then a month later, Lindsay Gattani's phone extraction gets leaked. Now, the smoking gun, I want to bring this back. See, Lindsay has an ADD brain, and so do I, but I'm very good at recursive loops, so I can remember where we left off. It's very helpful. So, we were talking...
Jail, boy. You as sharp as they come. I ain't lying to you, Grace Smith Ellis. Like, you as sharp as they come, bro.
He is.
Keep on, you sharp.
I lose my train of thought every 3 seconds, and Grant keeps me. I don't know how he does it. He calls me smarter than him. I'm definitely not by a long shot. But all right, go ahead, Grant.
No, you're both very kind. Listen, it comes with its ups and downs. Like, it's not always on, but if you get me and I'm like, whatever, it's probably the autism, and I appreciate your patience with me, both of you, and the listeners. But on the point of the smoking gun, this is it. The smoking gun is the Leah Genduso audio message. Why? Because if you read Robert Cosgrove's response to Mark Bettero's filing, you're going to see a number of egregious misrepresentations. And I'm being gentle there because in the parliament in the UK, you can't accuse someone of lying. You have to say they inadvertently misled the House. So Robert Cosgrove inadvertently misled this honorable House. And he did so by this mechanism. Robert Cosgrove said that specifically that any material not included in Lindsay Gattani's cell phone what, quote, was not on the phone at the time it was extracted. Why is the audio recording of Leah Genduso the smoking gun? Because it's not on the extraction, yet Lindsay posted it on social media in 2025, which means it existed the entire time. Now, that's a big deal because it proves that there was manipulation of that extraction by Nick Garino and Brian Tully before it was released. Nick Garino, the same man who did the extraction of Sandra Birchmore's phone and somehow told John Fanning, I guess, or John Fanning told Garino that there was no there. So we know this guy's obviously doing the work of this unit. But let's be gentle on Nick Garino because I think he might be cooperating because that he got hit by a drunk driver on the Pike right before exit 132 in Watertown in August of 2023 and almost died. He just got hit on a detail.
Was that guy who took the stand in the Karen Reed case, right?
Yeah, he's okay now, but he's on medical leave, and I think he's probably going to retire. I wouldn't be surprised if he's cooperating, especially with the Birchmore thing, and I do think somebody tried to take him out on the Pike. Too coincidental, too coincidental, but he lived. So, but my point with all of this is that there's more to this in Robert Cosgrove's filing. It's easy and right to point to his style as like vitriolic, like old school and not appropriate. But what makes it more egregious is there were other misrepresentations. I'll do them in reverse order so Lindsay can talk about the email with Kate Peter and Ken Mello from February 14th of 2024 second. The first material misrepresentation, and Brian Tully's got to answer for this or correct it. In Brian Tully's affidavit that supplement to that motion, Brian Tully states that Aidan Kearney submitted a forged federal document in a copyright dispute with Kate Peter. That is wrong. Kate Peter submitted a forged federal document in a copyright dispute that she filed against Aidan Kearney, and she just copied a case number from 2012 and updated it and submitted a forged document. No one's ever investigated Kate Peter for that. And Brian Tully making that material misrepresentation, I'm not a lawyer, this is not legal advice, has the consequence of him being able to avoid saying in an affidavit he was aware that Kate Peter allegedly committed a crime, forgery to wit, by submitting that. Now, the email. This is very important. I know Lindsay doesn't love when I overload, but you can research this all or watch it at 0.5
Oh, no,
speed
I like the overload. Hey, Grant Smith Ellis, I love it.
Oh, good. All right. So this is a lot of facts in a row, but they're all relevant. So you got to understand the discovery process and timeline in Aidan Kearney's criminal case, the open case in Norfolk Superior Court. In October of 2024, I believe it was October 8th, 2024 to be specific, Mark Betterow sent a letter to Robert Cosgrove, because that's what they do in New York, saying, please preserve please produce in discovery under Rule 14 all communications between Kate Peter, Brian Tully, Kate Peter, Ken Mello, Kate Peter, and the prosecutor's office. Well, over the next 12 months until July of 2025, Robert Cosgrove lists in his affidavit that he went through 5,000 pages of documents to get all of Tully's emails with Kate and Mello's emails with Kate. On July something, 2025, in the early part of July, he turns it over to Betterow. 4,000 pages of the 5,000 pages are blank. Betterow writes him a letter back on the 13th of July and is like, bro, what the fuck? In very layman's terms. And Cosgrove then doesn't reply to Betterow, but follows up and gives Betterow what Cosgrove says is a personally reviewed copy of the 5,000 pages with no blank pages. Oh, by the way, they did redactions on those. Yeah, they did the redactions on those too. Cosgrove billed 20 hours for it. No redactions were ever done on Lindsay's phone. But anyway, other than to excise material that was damaging to Tully, Kate Peter, and Leah Genduso, all connected to the state police. But anyway, this is perhaps the most confusing part of this. That 5,000 emails that Robert Cosgrove has said he spent hours and months poring over, did not include a February 14th, 2024 email where Kate Peter sent Ken Mello instructions on how to make legal arguments to get Aidan Kearney detained. And Lindsay Gattani was the one who released it and proved it on social media.
Oh, my.
And isn't it a fucking coincidence that mere days later, they said Ken magically remembered that he had this email that he forgot to turn over. But yet there's still more that I am aware of that has not been turned over. So they're trying to basically call my bluff. Like, what does she have? What do we think that she has? What does she not have? Like, what do we need to turn over? What are they going to find through FOIA requests? It's interesting to me that, and I will not lay it hard into Ken Mello because, let's just say, like, I'm holding out hope based on some comments he's made that he's going to be the one that will turn these assholes, he's going to be, I think, if he cares, like, I know he's sick and I don't know what they're trying to, I don't know. I'm kind of making assumptions on things like, health insurance, life insurance type things, like whatever. But like Ken has made comments to me that he knows things that have happened, that certain orders were given that he was not privy to, which, I mean, whatever, might as well say it now, right? Because if the truth is never, if I'm not very, it's interesting to me that Cosgrove responded with this motion where he didn't get Ken to write an affidavit himself. He put it in italic font as if he was speaking for Ken, but that's not an affidavit. You don't get to speak on behalf, that's hearsay. You don't get to speak on behalf of the former prosecutor or now recused prosecutor and say like, well, this is what he told, that's considered hearsay. So to this day, Ken has not submitted an affidavit. And you want to say it was because of formatting issues? Bullshit. Bullshit.
Wait. This
we got to talk about one more thing too, Ray. I hate to throw it in.
Well, we didn't even talk about what happened after my phone was extracted and the conversation with Ken and what he said to me after the fact. Why was Tully ignoring my calls? Why did I never hear from Tully again after that happened? Yet Ken was the one answering my calls while I was suicidal, crying hysterically, and he's telling me, sweetie, talking me off a ledge, like, please just listen to me. I'm going to make this right. Please, please, please. Like, don't do anything stupid. And Brian Tully is nowhere to be found. Ken Mello was the one there talking me off a ledge.
Dirty bastards. Like, go ahead, Grant. I got as much time as y'all got. Go ahead, Grant.
Oh yeah, me too. I'm not in a rush. I got my second wind. Apparently, this used to happen in college. I would go down for an hour and then I'm up. There you go. I'm up. Here we go. So there's something about this that I'm not a lawyer. This is not legal advice, and I have to say that over and over. But there's something about this that applies the facts to the law, like I was talking about earlier. The law in question is a case from the U.S. 6th Circuit or 8th Circuit called U.S. v. Heibel, Highbhull. Very good case to read. This case is a persuasive authority in Massachusetts. What that means is federal cases from other jurisdictions are not binding on state courts in Massachusetts. Federal cases from the 1st District are binding on state courts in Massachusetts. Federal cases from other jurisdictions are persuasive authorities that judges really think about.
I don't know if we actually talked about, but I think this was going to be the Kate Peter as a potential, like the implications of Kate Peter being part of the prosecution team. It's a big deal. I think we end up getting off course because we all have, at least me and Lindsay, I don't know about Ray, but I have ADD brain, so I just jump all over the place. Melissa, welcome to the channel. I'm so glad to have you. You certainly came in with a bang and earned your towel wrench. But yeah, so here's my plan. Let's finish up this interview. If nothing happens and things are just slow and I'm kind of just feeling okay, I napped a little bit today. I was exhausted. If you missed it this weekend, we read all 4,252 pages of the so far released Karen Reed and John O'Keefe trial sidebars. All right. Now you might be saying, you did it like by hand? Yes, it took 17 hours. I read every sidebar, every person, every line. I did it by hand. I explained how they were related. I kept track of the sidebars. It was great. Until today, when I could not get out of bed in the morning but I napped and I'm up now. It's almost Christmas. We're heading into Christmas with Towel. If you are in Europe, it is almost Christmas Eve. I heard Santa, ladies and gentlemen, might actually be in flight. Hello, Trey. How are you doing? Before we get back to this interview, because I think it takes us a pause for a second, because we kind of start talking about HIBOL, which is the government agent standard. Maybe we can talk about that a little bit. It has implications for Kate Peters' role in the Aidan Kearney prosecution, potentially vis-a-vis the PI, Marty Kraft, who was hired by Jen McCabe as early as 2022 to spy on the people going to Karen Reed's home so Jen could go talk to those people. Anyway, I heard that Santa is up in the air. Oh, yes, there were some bombshells in the sidebar. If you want to look at my sidebar review, I have all 6 elements of the sidebar reviewed and ready for you to take a look at. However, wait a minute, ladies and gentlemen. Is Santa in flight? No, the NORAD Santa tracker does not start for 10 hours and 30 minutes. But I think some Santa trackers are technically live now. I saw Santa over Finland. Now, you might be saying, why is he over Finland? Well, maybe he's preparing. You know what I'm saying? He's not delivering gifts. The Google one has... No, it's not live yet. Why is there no Santa tracker live now? There should be one that is live right now so I can watch the Santa tracker. I know there is one that's live. No, the sidebars were pretty exciting. Let me grab you the sidebar overview. That will be our break before the last section of this interview. And then if I want to watch part 4 that LTL is going to release, I think it's 6 o'clock, I'll watch that premiere of the Karen Reed cell phone search. But if other things happen, I don't know. I want a little downtime tonight. I guess that was the point of my spiel. I'm still awake, but some downtime wouldn't bother me. All right, so here we go. What am I looking for? Oh, the sidebar summary. Yes, okay, I got it right here. Now, I'm not kidding. It took 17 hours over 2 days to parse all of this. This was an exceptional amount of work. I didn't even know what I was getting into. So the first update, at least like the bigger bombshells were in the second part. David Yannetti had a strong suspicion during the sidebar from the first Karen Reed and John O'Keefe trial that Caitlin Albert was coached in her testimony regarding Caitlin Albert's connections to firefighter Katie McLaughlin. I think David may not have realized that coaching was specifically to keep pictures of Katie McLaughlin and Caitlin Albert out of evidence, something that only a lawyer at the Katie McLaughlin sidebar from a few days prior would have been able to convey to Caitlin Albert. Update 2, quote, I'm not here to answer your questions, Mr. Yannetti. Wow, things got so heated between Judge Cannoni, David Yannetti, and Alan Jackson when Yannetti tried to ask Caitlin Albert questions about the nature of her relationship and contacts with Katie McLaughlin. Literally, Judge Cannoni wouldn't even give him the basis for the ruling. She eventually said because the pictures of Katie and Katie McLaughlin and Caitlin Albert were redundant or duplicative of other evidence, cumulative of other evidence, which is grounds under 403 to keep even probative evidence out. But like first, she wouldn't even give Yannetti an answer. She said, I'm not here to answer your questions. Judge Cannoni really hated those photos of Caitlin and Katie together in a group or otherwise, and David Yannetti seemed to pick up on the fact that there may be some tomfoolery afoot. That was for sure a marked change in Judge Cannoni's tone towards Yannetti over multiple days when the issue of pictures involving Caitlin and McLaughlin were brought up for identification ahead of Yannetti trying to get them into evidence. He did not get them into evidence. Update 3. This is interesting. When Brian Albert was on the stand, Adam Lally talked to Albert's lawyer about Chloe the dog being investigated by the federal government. Yes, that is a real sentence. Judge Cannoni ended up admonishing Lally for doing so at Alan Jackson's insistence. Lally tried to defend himself by saying that kind of discussion over lunch was within the rules. It was indeed not so. It took over 200 pages of transcript to get Judge Cannoni's ruling on that issue after it first came up, and this document rewards a close reading. Update 4. Okay then, we have a Jen McCabe sidebar from the first John O'Keefe and Karen Reed trial, where Alan Jackson makes it quite clear that the federal government had an extraction of Jen McCabe's cell phone, and Judge Cannoni confirmed as such per her review of the federal material. I wonder if the feds had Michael Proctor's cell phone extraction this entire time, and the delicate balancing act was that Karen couldn't say anything because it would have undermined the feds' obstruction trap for Proctor, which Proctor fell into in the summer of 2025 when he had his lawyer say his prior phone was gone and his new phone auto-deleted every 30 days to a judge of the Miles King et al. Cases. Update 5. Wait. The federal government got months and months of Jen McCabe's phone records, which she didn't know about. And those records through to March of 2022 were stored in the Norfolk courthouse, yet somehow went missing. And Alan Jackson didn't know until Jen was on cross. And then Alan just never found out if those records simply disappeared. All right, I'm calling shenanigans. Update 6. All right, I have more questions. Why exactly did previously undisclosed impeachment evidence against Jen McCabe, available only to Adam Lally, somehow end up in the hands of Brian Tully, who then gave it to Jen McCabe? And why was Tully going to every Karen Reed witness interview with Adam Lally? You're supposed to have a trooper with you, but why Tully every time when Tully speaks or spoke to Jen McCabe on the regular? I have questions indeed. As a reminder, in April of 2024, while Tully was with Lally constantly, according to these sidebars, Tully released an unredacted extraction of Lindsay Catani's cell phone with only messages from PI Kate Peter to Lindsay and from Tully to Lindsay removed. Strangely, Kate also talks directly to Tully and Jen McCabe. Oh, and by the way, an audio message sent to Lindsay from former State Trooper Leah Bathtub Genduso was also removed by Tully, and wouldn't you know who won the pony, Bathtub also has spoken directly to Kate since at least 2022. Then, of course, there's some donation links there if you like what Tal's doing. But also, to be clear, that phrase, wouldn't you know who won the pony, you want to know where that comes from? There was a wrestling promoter back in the 50s. I think he was in St. Louis. And I think his name was Ron Wright. Not Ron Wright, the guy with the acolytes, the APA and the Attitude Era. It was this other guy who was like very old in like the 50s. And he was running a promotion or something. And what he would do is he would say, hey, come to my wrestling show on Saturday. I'm going to give away a pony. Well, people in that area of the country apparently wanted to win a pony. So they would go to his wrestling show. Well, wouldn't you know it, who do you think won that pony every single time he gave one away? His son. So when you say the phrase, wouldn't you know who won the pony, it's basically obsolete. Other than Jim Cornette, I am probably the only person you're ever going to hear say the phrase, wouldn't you know who won the pony? But I throw it in stories like that for a few reasons. One, it waxes poetic. Like, even if you don't know what that means, the phrase, like, won the pony has a sort of, like, it's evocative of kind of, like, a race and, like, you know, I don't know, ponies. So I'm trying to set the stage of this like grandiose kind of like, you know, like chariot race, but it's Leah Genduso and a pony. And when I'm writing, like I'm not thinking, I don't know if any of you find this interesting, the way I write, I'm not thinking like schematically. Like I am, but I'm not writing an outline ahead of time. I don't need to do that. I can keep track of what I'm writing and write it at the same time. What I'm doing is I'm kind of thinking about like literary techniques. And I'm not really like thinking, oh, I want to deploy this, like, what's the word? Like I want to deploy this metaphor because it will invoke illusions of like a horse race. No, like I just have ideas in my head and I write them down and I'm like, oh, where the fuck did that one come from? Oh, yeah, Jim Cornette talked about winning the pony. Oh, wouldn't you know who won the pony here functions absolutely perfectly as an allegory because Kate Peter was talking to Leah Genduso, who in turn had content removed from Lindsay's phone extraction before it was released by Brian Tully personally to Tim Bradle. And you might be saying, oh my God, Grant, is this tormenting for you? No, I just have to express it all the time. Like whether I'm writing or talking, whatever. Like I can't, like I just have to express it. It all just has to get out. Like I don't need to think about it. I don't need to ruminate on it. I just need to say it. So all the time, 24/7, I just have things I want to say and it needs to be said. And I get more frustrated when I am not saying it than when I'm expressing it. Expressing it is like drinking water or breathing. All I have to do is just start typing on my phone or my computer and it just happens. It's like a natural flow state. What pisses me off is when I'm like, hey, I have a really good idea and I'm like driving or like, doing something else. I'm like, fuck, I can't do this right now. I have to drive. So then I drive for 20 minutes. One time I pulled over on the side of the road because I had to break really big news, and I pulled over into a gas station and I broke it. But for the most part, like, the only time I'm ever frustrated is when I cannot say things or write things down or tell people things. So yeah, I don't know. I guess no one asked me, but I was ruminating on whether it's overwhelming to constantly just have to get things out of your brain. No, but it's kind of fun. Like, I really like to push the English language to its limits. I use a lot of like recursive like language. I use embedded kind of like parenthetical asides. I like to nest sentences within each other. I don't write traditionally. Like, I like to lead with a hook. I like to use like independent clauses as hooks in sentences. So you're finding out, you're like wondering why you're reading the sentence before you're reading the sentence, and then you're getting the answer as you're reading it. It's like a reward. It's like a cycle of reward. Sentence starts with like a bombshell that you don't understand. You say, why did that just say that? Then by the time you moved on to the next 6 words, it's telling you why it's a bombshell. I write like that. It's different, but I really enjoy it. No, Betty Babel. No, other way around. So I am interested in the integrity of the justice system. I happen to be very concerned that people in the justice system without access to resources are looked at as less than and exploited. If you've looked into any of my coverage ever, you will see that it is expansive and multidisciplinary. It touches on everything from oversight of administrative law and governmental corruption in that area, to legislative oversight, to coverage of criminal and civil cases. If you look at all of that, you will find out that my principles, not people, drive me. If I happen to come across a person that has been victimized by a system that I know that I can, by sheer force of will, reform, I'm focusing on that. Lindsay happens to just be someone who is capable of functioning on that level. I'm glad you enjoyed the dinner time with us. We only have about 20 minutes to go, by the way, on this stream, unless I want to watch the LTL video. We'll see. But I also want to watch the end of this Ray from Dallas interview, because Ray from Dallas is a great interviewer, and my voice is tired. But I hope I answered the question about the sidebars.
About when they're rendering rulings. That's how to think about the hierarchy. Hybel is a case about a specific term called government agent. And I know whenever I said this, I'm sure Lindsay has had this moment too. Whenever I say this, people say to me, oh my goodness, you're talking about James Bond. But no, the reality is, I'm talking about whether Kate Peters is a government agent. But also, I don't want to keep Lindsay too long. And I think that the one thing before we talk about Kate Peter, government agent, the one thing I hope, maybe she wants to say it as a remark or whatever, people understand is the impact of that phone extraction being leaked. We talked a little bit about the lead up to it, but the one thing I wanted to talk about, Lindsay, I don't know if you have to go, that's understandable, but there was something that happened after the phone extraction got leaked, which was, we were standing around in your apartment, if you remember, and you had gone to the court TV producer that day on the steps. And you had said on your own accord, and you had tried to make a contact with them. And you came back and were telling Kate Peter and I about this. And
no, that's not what happened, but go ahead, finish.
Oh, well, please correct me. But I just remember saying to you, you know, Lindsay, you should contact other members of the media. I think people are trying to keep you away from the media to protect Brian Tully. And I'll let you correct me on the story up to that point, but something happened after that that's very telling about Kate.
Well, you're wrong. You were right up until the point where you said I tried to make a contact. I was going into the law library and I saw them outside, and I was trying to figure out what they were doing. I was one of the first people there. My van actually was photographed by Mushato that day. Like, Lindsay Catani's van is parked out and I just saw them and asked, like, I didn't even know. I thought they were just there for the Karen retrial, and they started asking me questions about Aiden. But anyways, so yeah. So then, but just snapped that picture by chance, and then Kate got wind of that, and she was not too happy. So you can go from there.
Yeah, and so I remember saying to Lindsay, hey, you should establish your own contacts with the press. Here's a contact at Law and Crime. Here's her cell phone number. Now, I'm willing to be direct about this. I was doing that on purpose. I don't think Lindsay picked up on it, but I was baiting Kate because, and I didn't premeditate it. I did it in the moment because I thought it was the only way to determine if what I was saying was right. And so I baited Kate by saying to Lindsay, here is the cell phone number of this person who works for Law and Crime. I could have just given it to Lindsay on a text or something, but I wrote it down on a piece of paper very demonstratively. And it's here's the cell phone number. And then I said the sentence. It was very calculated on purpose. Lindsay, I think people are trying to keep you away from the media to protect Brian Tully. And it was specifically about the phone extraction leak. That was the implicit context. Yeah. I have never in my life seen a series of events unfold so quickly. When I bait someone,
it was crazy.
I was kind of feeling Kate out. I didn't know Lindsay that well. I didn't know Kate that well. So I didn't I expected the reaction to the bait to be a traditional kind of okay, I should take stock of this and tactically respond. That's what I'm used to when playing chess politically. Oh no, that is not what I got. This woman, Kate Peter, stood up from the table. Now, I didn't know this next exchange happened. She walks over to Lindsay and whispers in her ear, apparently, just go along with this. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, she walks over to me and she says, just go along with what I'm about to do. Okay. I'm like,
right?
What's that?
It's Krusty we talking about, right?
Krusty, yes.
Okay.
Period blood, I call her now. Her new nickname. So she whispers in my ear and she says, just go along with what I'm about to do. And I'm like, oh, fucking Christ, what is it? I have no idea. And then she says, Grant, you can attest, she says, I got to go out to my car to get something, or I don't know, whatever she said. And she leaves the apartment. Grant, am I right? Or
yeah, she was I need a vape break or something. And I'll never forget. She was so upset. She was not normal Kate. She was Hulk smash. That's when I really the Shrek thing. It's not to make fun of her looks. She has a Hulk smash mode. And I saw her go into that mode in that moment. There was a emptiness in her eyes. I looked at her eyes when she was walking out to go on her vape break. I didn't know what I had done. And Lindsay, by the way, to show her honor and she was not trying to screw Kate over. I don't even think she knew what Kate was up to. Lindsay did not tell me that Kate had said, just go along with this. So all I heard was Kate saying, I'm going to take a vape break, and her storming out. And I was kind of oh, well, fuck that bitch. She deserved to get angry over that comment. I was trying to piss her off. Fuck her. And she comes back in. She doesn't say a word. She sits down on Lindsay's island in her kitchen and looks at Lindsay with her back to me, kind of straddling the chair, angled at Lindsay. And
with her period blood leaking all over my stools.
And says, this happens all the time, by the way.
Real quick, Grant, before you finish the story, do you still think Olivia is a Fed?
Oh, is Olivia here? No,
that's what
no,
they said.
I
don't know. I'm just asking.
Me?
No, Olivia. Olivia's in the chat, Lindsay.
Oh, I thought you said Lindsay.
No, so let me say this. I think Olivia is very smart, okay? And people will dog her for her style. Okay, look at how I write. 90% of it is by hand. And then if I use summaries, I tell you. Olivia's style is very similar. She amalgamates information and digests it and synthesizes it and presents it. That's someone who does applied legal PR, public relations. I don't think she's a Fed. I had my suspicions for a while, but not right now. Olivia's mom, who she does not have to talk about, and I don't really care. It's not like Olivia's connection to her mom that I care about. I saw that Facebook picture where Olivia's mom went to Josh Levy's like retirement or celebration party in after Levy left office as U.S. attorney. I'm intimately familiar with not just the inner workings of the DOJ, but the inner workings of this specific region of the DOJ. You do not get in that circle if you're some random person. There's something there. I don't know what it is. I don't know who they're helping. If they're trying to get Tully for Birchmore, great. I don't care. Good job, Olivia. Keep doing you. Now, back to what I wanted to say about this story, though. What Kate did next, I've never seen anything in my entire life like it. Kate straddling the chair with Lindsay's vivid description in your mind. And Kate says to Lindsay, "Hey, Lindsay, you remember that hot guy in South Boston with the abs?" And am I wrong, Lindsay? She said that exact sentence out of nowhere.
Wait, sorry, I missed that. Can you repeat it once more?
Oh, the sentence that Kate said to you was, Lindsay, do you remember the hot guy in South Boston with the abs?
Yes, correct. 100% correct. And then she says, I've set up a double date with him and his friend, and we're going to go on Saturday. Are you okay with that? And then she shows me a picture of a guy with like a 12 pack. Like, first of all, I don't even like guys with muscles like that. So she does this in front of Grant purposely to antagonize him, to get, a rise out of him, to like make him feel uncomfortable. Like, she is a sick bitch. She did this 100% intentionally. And
it was way more devious than that because, and this is part of the learning process. Like, I get a little moody. All right. I'm never going to not own up to it. Like, I get moody. It could be my autism. It could be I just get moody. In that moment, if I had the piece of information that Lindsay had in her ear that Kate was like telling her to go along with it, I would not have done what I did next because I don't like it. Not because what I said to Kate was wrong. I'm fully of the belief I was in the right, but because I think Kate's larger tactical goal was to fissure Lindsay and I's connection so that I wouldn't be around Lindsay as all this shit was going down with the phone extraction, and Kate could put like planted lawyers around her and all this stuff. So I stand up from the couch. I very calmly walk over to Lindsay, and it might have been the opposite way. I actually go to Kate and I say, "Fuck yourself, you're a piece of shit." Then I walk over to Lindsay, give her a hug, and proceed to leave. There was no further exchanges. Now, what got a little weird is I think Kate actually at that moment thought it was like not the best idea to have done that, because she immediately had this woman who I have never talked to again try to reach out to me and be like, "Oh, like you should talk to Lindsay, like et cetera, et cetera." Now, I didn't realize it at the time. Okay. It was probably one of the things I regret most and the biggest mistake that I made in all of this. And I'm very sorry about it, but I took it out on Lindsay. I was like, you know what? I don't like that. Like, I felt like Lindsay had coordinated it when she did not. I was like, I don't like that. Like, I don't really care about the underlying implications. I just didn't like that specific way that was done. And I stopped talking to her.
Hold up, Grant. So at one point, you thought Lindsay had a play involved in it.
I just didn't know what was going on. I was like, because I didn't have that crucial piece of information that Kate had said, go along with this. So 3 months, 4 months go by. I was not talking to Lindsay. I'll always remember this moment. It was fall of 2024, I want to say. Yeah. And I was starting out my third year of law school, and it was very cold. And I was walking down Stewart Street to get to my car where I was parked. And I looked down at my phone, and Lindsay was calling. And I was sad that day about something. And I remember picking it up. And the first thing she asked me was like, "How are you doing?" And we talked. And then immediately, within like a week of talking again, we put together what had happened back in like when that incident went down. So I don't know. I really learned from that what kind of things like Kate would do. And even after learning it, I'll never fault anyone for falling victim to her tactics because they're really manipulative. And even as I was in it, being subjected to it, watching what she was doing, understanding the potential motives in the players, I still couldn't see everything she was doing. She's not that good, but she has a lot of connections. Kate Peter.
A lot of connections. She's so dirty and grimy. Like, Grant's been a part of this world for a while. He had to teach me a lot of what I now know. Like the way that people like undermine and use mold and like people to like try. Like, I just took people at the word. I was a very naive, stupid person that just kind of like trusted in people being honest and like I thought Kate was my friend. Like, to find out she was a PI and she had already done all this work into my past and like knew all this shit about me. I'm like, who the fuck does that? Like, what is going on here? And then she wants to cry about like, I'm so hurt. I really thought Lindsay was a friend. Like, what, bitch? Like, you entered this. You were working for Marty Kraft. You knew. Like, yes, I reached out to you first, but you guys were already stalking me. Like, they were posting pictures. Like I said the last time, they stalked me and Aiden when we had went to McMorgan's the first time, and when we went to the Halloween party, they were posting pictures of a cartoon devil because I was dressed as a devil. Whether or not I had reached out to Kate, they would have eventually reached out to me. There's no doubt in my mind. But like, I was not operating on this higher level that they were, because I just like took people at their, like, I knew, like, obviously, like, being in, addicted to drugs at one point, like, I knew people were shady and couldn't, I'm not, like, I'm street smart, but they didn't operate on this, like, higher intelligence level of, like, working for a PI and doing undercover work and all this weird ass shit that Kate's involved in. Like, that world was so foreign to me, but Grant knew all about that. And, like, that's where our minds kind of came together. And, like, he was able to kind of show me, well, like, the bigger picture, what was really going on. And I know he sounds to some people, because he's so intelligent, that he sounds
he
a little
great to me. Listen, he breaking it down, and I'm understanding everything.
Are you right? I hope so. I hope you're following on, because I think he's just one of the smartest people I've ever met. Like, honestly,
man, this dude right here, and I don't gaslight nobody. I ain't in the business of that. Right, everybody know I'm here for one reason and one reason only. That's to protect the house at all costs. This guy right here is super fucking smart, intelligent, and places his words as correct as they come. See, and what he do is, too, what's special, what I see about him, he do a lot of thought before he think and say it out. And I'm peeping that. No, I catch everything, Grant.
Well, thank you both. And listen, I have high admiration for both of you because you both have your own styles. But I think all of us, listen, I don't know if people can see through it, but like, I am not some kid from Belmont. I lived very hard and I went through some shit and I got through it and I'm on the other side now and whatever. Lindsay was the valedictorian of her class while being a single mother and going through housing difficulties. Ray has a family and manages, like, from Texas to understand this puzzle up in the Northeast. You're dealing with three people who have a lot of street smarts and don't care that you don't like it. So I like both of you for that reason. Furthermore, there's something about that Halloween 2023 party, Lindsay. I know I was not even, like, I was barely knowledgeable about any of this at that time, but that Halloween 2023 party, I think Kate Peters people were there all the way back then. I think they were spying on Lindsay. I think, like, if Lindsay hadn't, like, had a falling out with Aiden, they would have gone at her as hard as they went at everyone else. And the only reason they backed off for a few months is they thought she was useful. The second she wasn't useful anymore, when Aiden was out of jail, the RO got amended, Lindsay became fodder. And why is she great fodder? Because if Jason Broyles is attacking Lindsay, if all these moles are attacking Lindsay, why would anyone think they're aligned with Kate Peter? That's why Kate Peter had to keep up that narrative that she was Lindsay's friend. Why would anyone do that? Oh, well, because they were trying to get Aiden's trust or people around him.
Oh, my. Oh, my. Like, this is the most corruptive shit that I done heard in a while. And
Well, I think Grant has left out a major piece, is the Jen McCabe piece.
Oh, yeah, the Jen McCabe piece comes up. We'll do that tomorrow. All right, I'm tired. I'm going to bed. Thank you very much, all those who watched today. Kelsey Fitzsimmons is home. Going home for the holidays. It's Christmas, ladies and gentlemen. It's basically Christmas. By the way, I found the way we can track Santa. That's how we're going to end. I love Christmas. I'm not going to have a Christmas this year, sadly. I know. It's very sad. I'll figure it out. The point is, I heard that we can track Santa. How do we do that? We go on Flight 24, and I heard that Santa is on... Oh, my goodness, I got it. Ladies and gentlemen, I got it right now. Oh, yes, they have Santa with a special plane on Flight Aware 24. You don't understand. Santa has a special plane. Now, you might be saying, Grant, how do you figure this out? Well, let me show you. So, the first thing you're going to want to do is go to Flight Radar 24. When you do that, I'm going to make it a little bit easier for you to see. You are going to see this map. All right? Yes, I am using an ad blocker. No, I don't need that. Thank you. All right. Okay. That's fine. I just want all these things to go away. But the point is, there is Santa. Now, you might be saying, where is Santa? Well, I don't really know where he is right now. Let's take a look on our map. All right, so Santa seems to be somewhere over the North Pole. Okay, where is that? Is that like Latin America? Well, I don't even know where that is. That seems to be... Oh, this is completely upside down. The East Siberian Sea? I've never been there. I don't know where that is. All right, hold on. What the hell was he doing? Where was Santa going? Oh, okay, I understand. All right. So Santa started, apparently Santa, okay, so this is why President Trump wants to conquer Greenland. Because Santa apparently starts his trip from Greenland. Now you might be saying, I thought this is coverage of the criminal court system. No, it is clearly Christmas. So I would like to let you all know, all you towel friends out there, if you're wondering, can I go track Santa right now? Yes, you can. You go to Flight 24, all right? Then you search for flight R3D-NO53. Get it? Red nose. It's hilarious. Then, take a look, ladies and gentlemen. Santa has been traversing Greenland. Now he is somewhere north of Alaska. All right? He seems to be approaching the international date line. I think he's going to Russia. Now, whether or not Russia intends to intercept Santa, I don't know. My point is, that's Santa, all right? If you want to track Santa, which a lot of people, 30,000 of them, in fact, seem to like doing, you go right ahead and you track Santa. Now, as we're watching Santa traverse the globe, oh my goodness, ladies and gentlemen, he has taken a direct course south. Santa, I thought you were going to Alaska. Anyway, thanks for staying with me for the long day as we take a look at Santa flying over the North Pole. And if you're wondering how many airplanes fly around at one time, a lot. This is apparently like the busiest travel day of the entire year because you can't see any of the country. It's just airplanes. Wait a minute. Can I make it? Can you make it do snow? Oh, wait a minute. And then you click Santa, and then does it start snowing? Ideally, it would snow. There you go. Look at it, ladies and gentlemen. Look at the snow falling on your screen. We are getting in the season after however many hours. Only 5 hours today, not a long stream. All right, my name's Grant Smith Ellis. Thanks for watching. I'll be back tomorrow with you, maybe. We'll see how I'm feeling on Christmas Eve. First Christmas Eve, like with a lot of my family, passed away, unfortunately. So maybe this is one of those times during the year where we'll all reflect, take stock, forge new traditions. And I'm grateful to have spent the year with you. I'll talk more about it as we head towards the first. Thank you, Sticky Doll. Yes, definitely hit the like button on the way out. Consider giving the channel a subscription. Towel works hard. We got a Cash App here, money sign Grant Smith Ellis, Venmo at Grant-E1. and a PayPal. If you want to throw a donation, that's great. This is a public information service. It's designed to engender the cogency of public discourse and ward off the usurpation of our representative forms of government worldwide. You might be thinking to yourself, what does that mean? Well, it means by talking about things and figuring out what's going on, we can make the world a better place. And I truly believe it's possible because of you all, and I am grateful that we have all crossed paths. If you're new to this stream, you probably are. A lot of new folks have been coming in and out. You might be interested in learning more about the content here. You can find more at youtube.com/@GrantSmithEllis or Twitter, x.com/GrantSmithEllis. Whole repository of my previous coverage. The YouTube channel has it all broken down by playlists. It's mostly commentary on criminal and civil court matters. Either way, I designed this channel, and the chat ended up being symbiotic of such, to educate, inform, and entertain the wider public. And we use entertainment as a hook to help educate and inform you so that you can hold the government accountable. I also end the stream the same way every day. So if you learned something today, found camaraderie here, benefited from this stream, enjoyed your time, you know what I'm going to say. There's a way you can pay it forward. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, the best way to do so is by looking for reasons to do small acts of service and kindness, especially in this Christmas season. And in particular, you can look for reasons to donate to homeless veterans. Now more so than ever before, there should not be one veteran in the United States of America that is homeless against their will. And ladies and gentlemen, during this Christmas season, you can donate to charities that help our homeless veterans. And you can do so today. If veterans want to go live in the woods, we're not going to stop them. But if they are homeless against their will, we can help. They fought for us. Let's fight for them. Now, ladies and gentlemen, you can also, if you are so inclined, donate to animal shelters run by veterans. Now, say the animal shelter trains veterans, or trains service dogs for veterans. Maybe the animal shelter is just run by veterans. You can help animals, you can help veterans, everybody's happy. Likewise, you can also donate to an animal shelter of your choosing, because our furry friends need help too. Pete Bunny Towel's sleeping. He doesn't like the snow. I really like the snow. Pete Bunny Towel says it's scary. All right, it's scary. The point is, you can donate to animal shelters. Great way to help out this holiday season. Now, if you are in the UK, you can donate to The Big Issue, which is a charity that helps homeless people get on their feet in the UK. And it doesn't have to be a donation, though. You can do something as simple as waving at someone on the street, reaching out to a friend or family member you haven't heard from in a while, or, yes, ladies and gentlemen, even donating 200 tomato plants like Francis Frutrell did one time and having them designated as honorary towels forevermore. In that way, I believe we can change the current realpolitik from one centered on preserving, expanding, and demonstrating our power to instead one centered on preserving, expanding, and demonstrating our capacity to engage in small acts of service rooted in unconditional love. In that way, may we live up to our Tal Eudaimonia or Summum Bonum, our greatest good in the ancient Greek or Latin respectively, and thereupon bring about a new digital epoch defined by Aquarius the water bearer standing tall and carrying a towel. I believe it's possible because of you all, and I'm so grateful and blessed that I got to spend today with you. Towel friends on the X, I'm exhausted. My voice is starting to go. I can feel the strain. Thank you so much for being with me. Enjoy the rest of your Tuesday. We're heading into Christmas Eve tomorrow. Tal will be with you. We'll take a look at developments. We'll see what's going on tomorrow. We'll review this LTL video that's going to go up at 8 p.m. tonight related to the search of Karen Reed's cell phone. We'll keep tracking Santa. I'll continue to be a towel. Tal loves you. God bless you as we head into these days of Christmas. And if you need me, Tal friends on the X, you know where to find me. You all got a few minutes at the beginning extra, so I'm going to give the Tal friends on the YouTube a few minutes extra at the end. Tal friends on the X, be well. God bless. Merry Christmas. I'm a towel Santa. Tal friends on the YouTube, I'm exhausted. My voice is tired. Want to get some rest. Merry Christmas. We might see each other tomorrow. Maybe we will. Maybe we won't. Towel, for his part, is just going to spend some time, relaxing, being a towel. I'm so grateful for this community that's built up over these past few years. So grateful to spend time with all of you. means so much to me, gives purpose to not just my life, but I think you've all built networks of friends here and met each other from different channels, and you see each other, and that's the spirit of community that I think makes this country wonderful. Towel loves the United States, Towel hates commies, and Towel loves Christmas. God bless you all. Thanks for watching. Thank you for supporting me. Merry Christmas from Towel to you. God bless. Be well. Until